Oh, that's okay. Thanks, Bethany. Really?
It is, I agree. Their labor practices, I think, stay. And, yeah, but I mean, we just need to do like everything in Lawrenceburg. There's there were dinosaurs and everything. It was a long time ago. It really was. I'm just hoping to see you again.
Well, as far as the only thing proposed
He's the only hillbilly.
My boss is at a conference, so I have to be here until he gets here. Rick.
Here's a copy of the SOPs from last time and the exhibits. And here's a copy for you of the SOPs that we had last time. That's the same ones I have. Yes. Yeah, and the exhibits that I gave to you earlier, the 7th, there's only 7.
Oh.
I do need to amend the joint exhibit. It had the wrong date at the top paragraph. They'll have that on the new agenda. I just put it in the agenda. I just put any. And then we'll fill in the dates as far as next week or you available. My whole week was put out without a jury trial, and now it's off. So, No, or the judge recused herself. That's a good thing.
The hard house is money in our budget this year, and July's appropriation.
I think as far as maybe I need some. Could I trouble you guys close to having this done?
Is there any?
Might as well. How long do you? How long?
I know, there's your appropriation report. And then the back. Should be all property tax free.
Well, between that we have.
Okay?
So it's fine. In fact, we recess for. I mean, because I could. If you guys give this to me.
I don't know.
Or on flash drives.
Okay, there's that,
Theoretically.
and there's
recess
that,
for half an hour
and here's,
or an hour.
yeah, okay. These are all the budgets for property tax, the rates, except their votes. But that's
I just need,
July or
I just need a
everything that you should want. Any questions, call me. Oh, yeah, well, no, you did it, honey. I put it all together, you did it. You already got your money.
Well, I'm thinking of like that following Tuesday or Wednesday to have the findings of fact.
I like to see what that's.
That's the following Tuesday or Wednesday, not next week.
Oh,
Yes.
no, she's not.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Sorry. Hey. I got that 15 one.
Yeah, I talked to her.
And I was in schedule for 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, you know, I don't want to take one for the team, not that much.
Right. And any rebuttal. Oh, gosh. Okay, I said next week will be Hoffman, any rebuttal witnesses and closing arguments. Okay, okay. How long?
But I had to be down there, we made the corner, and I said, there it is right there. I said, pull over here. That's where I got it. I said, you okay? Yeah, fine, off you went. Yeah. Well, you know, that's good. Yeah, it's as all as it can be. I'm driving myself nuts, but other than that,
We got for this.
let's see. I thought I had this.
Got all the.
Yeah, okay. JR and, oh, I got too many. JR needs,
Amy was running a little late anyway, so we don't need
not
that on
here.
the record.
JR's not on this board, right?
Do you want to do it on the
JR?
record?
No, never mind. It's me. That's okay. Here, you want a copy of this? This is mine. Here. I changed the meeting.
One thing I did
talked to
see
you
on
tonight about when to change it.
her request.
And then here's
you know,
July's appropriation and fund report.
There were no
For
minutes of the
just for
meeting from
you.
the March 27th letter. There was only minutes from the 20th. No, because what happened was is we did just the short intent letter, which is the March 20th letter, and then March 27th. You know, we just sat down and did the letter that was according to the statute. You know, so that's all it was. Fine. There. What they're gonna do.
I don't know.
Records, they're gonna go through all these records. And
I should know better than to listen to it.
we're gonna recess.
Where at?
Go on record.
Right, well,
Have a interview. Then take a recess and go through the.
not real busy. Busy ones that he's retired. Yeah.
Well,
No, I'm kidding. I don't care. You tell me what to do.
Wait. You're retired a little bit now. You're retired a little bit.
You trying to save time? Damn. Wouldn't have thought that. Mine. That's mine. Okay.
Hold it. At the end? Yeah.
Where's Mr. Todd?
No. Was this yesterday?
I can't.
Okay,
All right.
Oh, yeah. No.
I guess.
Everybody ready?
Ross,
No, one second. Sorry.
That's okay.
sorry.
Time's up.
I go down and tell her what to tell them.
Yeah.
I'm serious. That worked for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready? Call this hearing back to session.
The date.
Date is September the 10th, 2013. The board members are Donnie Bryant, Bill Bruner, Aaron Cook, myself, and council is Leslie Votal. Gene Hunnefield's the chief. Jeremy Diltz is counsel for him. Doug Taylor and Richard Butler, counsel. Jackie Stutz, clerk treasurer.
And then I think the parties would stipulate to the same court reporter being here today and be,
That's correct, no objection.
We will, yes.
thank you.
I
I
thank
just
you,
have
too.
one thing before we get started. On the last joint exhibit 1, which was entered at the last meeting, which was the pre-hearing entry that was entered as a record that day, I did notice that the very first paragraph had hearing date and location, said September 28th at 4 o'clock. I would just ask the parties for me to permit to change that to August 28th. That was just a typo.
I have no objection to that. Ms. Votal, can I approach, see what you're talking about?
I had it September 28th. And then, of course, any of the dates that were in there to, for conclusion, or findings of fact and conclusions of law, and when we were going to reconvene, obviously are not applicable. So, but just so the record reflects that, that would be great. Changed it on the exhibit. I think where we left off the last time, the chief's case in chief had ended. He had rested, and we had proceeded to the officer's case in chief. Mr. Butler?
Two things. For the record, I'd like to make a request for a continuance. If the board denies that, Mr. Diltz and I and the board's counsel have discussed some stipulations to try to hurry things along. And that stipulation would require that we temporarily recess the meeting, sort through some documents. There's a lot of documents that I'm seeking to have admitted, then come back on the record, move for the admission of those documents. I think Mr. Diltz has an objection, and you all decide whether to admit those documents or not. But that's a much abbreviated procedure rather than calling, for example, Jackie Stutz as a witness, requesting the first document of 30 or so that I've requested, and then arguing about each one. I think all parties are in agreement to that. So if that's our understanding, I would like to make that motion to continue for the record. And then again, if that's denied, we'll do that stipulation.
And the motion to continue based on Mr. Hoffman's?
3 grounds. One is we don't agree to this hearing date. You and I have talked via email. We did agree to it the last time we convened. We were surprised by the testimony of Mr. Negbar and Chief Hunnefeld and frankly, couldn't adequately prepare a defense to those surprise allegations in the short period of time that we had. That's ground number one. Or ground number one is that we don't agree this hearing date. Ground number two is this surprise evidence from Mr. Negengard and from the chief about Mr. Negengard not taking any charges. That's something that wasn't disclosed to us in the notice. And third was that we had this critical witness we believe that was unavailable. I think we've got that worked out too. Is that correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
believe so. I mean, that
So,
from my short discussions with the board members individually, yes.
so with so just the two grounds then. So.
Mr. Diltz, do you have a response?
Yeah, I don't think continuance at this point is appropriate for a number of reasons. I'll address the second one first, which kind of goes along with everything that went through all of the objections relative to the summary of the evidence that Officer Taylor and his counsel discussed at length at the last time. It's our opinion that none of this is any kind of meaningful surprise, or it shouldn't have been a surprise, and probably wasn't a surprise to anyone involved, any of the parties involved to this. And secondly, as to any failure to agree to be here today, I would say that one, this was agreed to, and I don't think that the fact that you change your mind later means you didn't agree. And secondly, to the extent that everyone's here, it would constitute some kind of waiver to that agreement because everyone's here. And I guess third, as a practical matter, because we are all here, it makes sense to proceed at least to the maximum extent we can today. If we can't get everything accomplished, again, with the potential testimony of Mr. Hoffman not being available, but certainly all of the other witnesses having been subpoenaed, they look like they're here to me. So I think just as a matter of practicality, it makes sense to go ahead and move forward.
For the board's edification, I did receive an email late Thursday afternoon, approximately after 5 o'clock. I did not work in the office. I was in Ohio County all morning and on Friday, and then out of the office on Friday afternoon. Did receive the email Sunday night and let Mr. Butler know that I was not in agreement with any kind of continuance because he was supposed to get back to me, I believe, on the 29th of August to let me know whether or not the 10th worked or not. The 10th was already put into the agenda last time for the needed session that we needed to have as far as looking through the proposed findings of fact. That was already set. So for that reason, I agree with Mr. Diltz as far as, it was an agreed upon date. As far as Mr. Hoffman goes, I understand, and we did, I think the chief did continue the hearing one time when Mr. Negengard was not available, but I didn't see any reason to continue the whole thing today because I do think there are witnesses. Ms. Stutz was going to be here with all of her records as requested, and I do think, as Mr. Diltz stated, we can get through, as much as we can get through tonight. And then upon any kind of final witness calling and Mr. Hoffman's not available, I think at that point we may need to recess. I guess pretty much I think the board is okay with that. I haven't talked to you tonight about that. But, the other thing is that, there is going to be a process after this. If we do have to reconvene in order for Mr. Hoffman to be present to testify, we are looking to have the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law ready, or at least halfway ready. They've both told me, both councils have told me that they'll be working on that diligently so that we can have a hearing
fairly soon after Mr. Hoffman. Now, the other thing that does have to happen is, as the agenda states, there's rebuttal. Each party has a chance to rebut any of the evidence that's been presented. So at the next hearing, we will be looking at Mr. Hoffman's testimony, rebuttal evidence, and then closing arguments. I do have a hearing agenda that I can put out for the public if you need that. There are some blanks on here due to the fact that we need to set those dates and haven't done so yet. How would the board like to rule on the continuance?
My only issue is I brought it up at redevelopment last night. I just want to let the board and the council know that starting on the 23rd, I've been selected for jury duty over here in Dearborn County. I believe it to be a murder trial. I don't know if that's going to take a week, 3 weeks. I don't know what time frame or anything like that.
Well, I do know that usually by 5 o'clock, usually.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
So we can keep that in mind as far
Okay,
as what time
it starts on the 23rd, so.
Okay. So as far as the requested continuance today, how does the board feel on that?
Donnie?
I would make a motion we continue
You mean continue today
today,
to proceed?
proceed.
Yes.
I'm
Okay.
a layman, but I sat here 6 hours the last one. And
Right. I say proceed.
Aaron?
Proceed, and then if we, that means that if Hoffman, if we have to have another meeting before that, it'll be available.
We were looking at next week. We were looking between next week, the 16th through the
20th.
20th.
Yeah, I'm fine with continuing today then.
And then, Mr. Butler, you did have the continuance request. Then what else?
I think that's denied, if I understand correctly, and we're proceeding today. It's my understanding that we've got an agreement we've got a lot of witnesses here. We're going to recess, marshal all those documents. After we do that, I'm going to move to get them into evidence. Mr. Diltz has an objection, and I think we agree that the board will admit them over his objection, but preserving his objection for the record, so that if the relevance of any of this evidence comes up as an issue in any further proceedings in an appeal, he will not have waived and can still say that the records are not relevant.
Is that your understanding?
It is.
Okay. So we'll take a short recess.
I don't think it'll be short, but whatever it takes us to go through the records, but they're voluminous, it'll take a while.
We'll take a recess till we get through the records.
Thanks, Richard. Do you want these now? No.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
What that is.
Oh, these
Oh, that's why. Okay. Charlie?
Hello, Fred.
How are you? Good.
Yeah, I did a rush from Milo. They went a little longer on the deposition than they thought. So it wasn't too late, I got, it was about 5 minutes. So now I can relax.
Surely
Yeah.
get their act together.
Someone from different county. My answer is, yeah, if 50 pages, you know, you would get.
Well, for, yeah. So Rick gets it.
That's what that one.
We brought it with us.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't know that, you say, I'm on
They'll make
council.
it-
Oh, no, I got to say you're.
I'm on council. Right away, just pictures of them.
Because I thought for sure that we were going to put that, politics and stuff.
It probably just got to come out of the town. You said do all that, you had.
It took me about 3 days to fill it out, I'm sure it's 50 pages long. Usually when you do your regular, it's like 3 pages, and the front page, which you're supposed to do, and 2 pages filling out, but it's 50 pages. It's all, about 5 pages, 6 pages, each page with one. The last 40 pages, all about the capital punishment.
Do you understand that?
I had to fill it all out. Yeah. That was my problem. I had to answer. I
Our boss didn't help you out there.
Yeah, I actually get the favorite all the time, but I never hear back. This one, I heard back. Huh?
I get the one.
That's what it's from.
That's where I got one from. Had to fill all that paperwork out. Somebody called me.
Yeah.
This should be O dash. I'm gonna change it to O dash.
Jody Self over there. It's all set in it. It's all set
You might check with Abby, they were talking about.
When did that guy jump on the balcony? Clark on. That was out.
Do you want?
Should
I have exhibit stamps?
Really?
Yeah.
I'll do it. 7 o'clock, right?
Well, just the funny. It's supposed to be O as in officer, O. Not zero. You know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know how to make a differentiation.
I guess zero would have the line through it, it's the line through it, right?
Oh, I never thought of that.
Okay.
Logan.
Okay, I feel kind of good about myself.
Hey, Logan, if you're bringing pizza, bring Mountain Dew.
That's actually broken. Club them apart. On one of the bus trips with her, and we only had 2 arms, well, she was juggling 2 cameras, this, a regular notebook,
I stayed up and kept that.
and, yeah. It just.
I had to run us out. I didn't even know.
Still on the foundation then?
Yeah.
Where's it come out?
Or check.
In the jail.
In the
Tax office?
Well, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He said he could feel
That's
that.
how I've been here, because I don't remember it's still down.
It's a real narrow hallway. Like, I guess it's a judge, sneak out there.
Did he get it pretty well done?
Well, when Leslie Baker remembers.
He said he was ready to go.
It might have happened, you know,
Sneak up there.
sneaking
The
around.
trash cans all mixed up back there. There's one missing right down the street right now because there's one guy keeps taking everybody's trash can. But I tried 2 of them. They don't do something big as mine. My house is spray painting my name on it. But then now I guess someone called me today. The other neighbor. I don't know if this has been juggling.
Girlfriend.
Go ahead. Go for it.
They all got money.
The thing I like about my neighborhood, one trash can goes out. I live out. So I don't have to worry about.
Especially when we're in a holiday on Monday, for trash is picked up Monday, so those y'all. Ran all the road down on 56.
Actually, ours is picked up on Monday too.
Yeah, ours is Monday through Thursday. Thursday's the guy I work with now. Oh, yeah, Monday, I make it with all.
MasterCard tag.
Holding down the farm, they want to write some simple.
They're trying to draw a
It was going all right. I don't think that we built this morning, finished it, and then they pretty much.
I can barely read that.
Well, we put retardant in it, it's just hot and dry. They put retardant in it. And it works pretty nicely. It still sets up pretty quick, but it stays clean.
That's all real fast. That's the one that you gotta hurry. It's hot.
But when you use the retardant in then you're in trouble.
So you're not saying that's 03?
But we only grew 6 yards ago. We're working up there to clean down apartments over here. Where school used to be. We're working up there in apartments. So we've got a little section of sidewalk there. Go down 2 more pieces, 2 more sections of sidewalk. We don't have anything bigger than, I think Ken by 20.
Like I said, you gotta hurry. Piles come out. You want to go home at 7 o'clock. We're still waiting for it to reach.
It was all of us. Me, like picture. Yeah. He was like, here, get this.
We started 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Instead of having him come back, correct? Instead of having him come back, correct?
Problem is you gotta worry about people parking, around the areas, you gotta board everything off.
I figured that would be a punishment.
They didn't tell the residents.
What'd you say?
They come over there.
Oh, okay.
Everybody come out. Then they come up, they must have had a leak or something, or somebody's there doing restoration work. Tri-State Restoration, they may be doing something. And then they come right in the area where they're supposed to park. They got an area for deliveries and service. Well, that's where they're supposed to park.
He should be in that. Well.
So they go where park and we go inside and we gotta go find them, get them where it's.
Oh, that is a young picture. Oh, Lord.
He wasn't that age when he was.
No, because I knew him when he was mayor.
Or are you just waiting on us?
But it's,
No, I think as far as I know, he was.
Brian and Chad, it's fun to work with.
I might be wrong, Richard, but I was pretty sure he
I
was.
tell you what, he watched himself, but his problems are more stressful. It's not so much the strenuous work, it's the stress.
Next time.
He stresses on everything. Yeah, the stupid stuff. I told him, I said, man, he's got to learn not to work. He's worried about the trucks not being, worried about this, worried about that. You got to learn not to work.
If you had the
He had to go to the doctor
you would
last
definitely.
night, yes, like back that heart doctor last night.
We're gonna hold that up so I can see it, I can take it, see
And he
it.
says, you know, he says, I go in,
That's the
I
last one we got,
eat
so it's
vegetables and all, eat all the stuff I'm supposed to eat,
Oh.
drink water instead of pop, all this other
I was
stuff.
telling them that was the employee
Do
handbook.
everything that I'm supposed to do. I go get checked and it's exactly like it was when I wasn't. So I said, to heck with it. So I'm going back to that.
I got his Marlboro where he got to go out.
What do you want to get?
I'm surprised Brian don't, being from St. Peter and stuff, he worries about stuff like that. Of course, you don't have the tax revenue on top of it.
I mean, it's crazy. Don't pull it out.
He said he's doing carryover or whatever, extensions. He said, man, they're a big pain.
Come in and work.
They don't do what they're supposed to do. Then they come down, now they got it.
Yeah.
He said, that's worse than regular tax time.
Carrying anywhere. My boy.
We had up until, well, this is the first time.
The years on the front, that's the old one.
But that would be the.
We've done about 3 or 4 pools. Never, because you gotta clean everything, you gotta go back and wash the pool engines off and all.
Yeah, we did pull
That is the old one.
He poured about half the concrete, but it's got 3 tons.
Like just over there, real quick, they were gonna put shuffleboard by there.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's possible. Yeah.
Do you have extra copies of these exhibits from Mr. Dillon?
I think that's when it was right around the pool, like right on the side.
Employee handbook, separate employee
We can get it, I don't know about.
Don't hold that against him. Neither one. Nobody gives me No, I work for Prosper. I work for another guy. I work for one. Susan don't like
Start parking those,
Just get straight. Bob was another. Full ride. They put that called regauge, rusted little car.
See you tomorrow, yeah.
Very gonna be a very complicated.
Well, that's good. That's what I want. They're probably everywhere.
You got one again?
Would you just do me a favor?
Yeah.
Just
Inspiring.
You're messing with me.
On a DVD, can you put something back in? Oh, here it is. There you can.
He told me that.
I was thinking to give you a pump back here. I'm not hollering. I'm not even there.
I can hardly hear. I can hear, and I can hear. Anyway,
Well, actually, it's
To me, he's got practice tonight, but just calling
I have no clue. I haven't seen him, but I have no idea.
what we try to trigger. Yeah, you tell her. She knows like
when we just, they ask if he has.
If it doesn't work, then you'll know to reroute. Usually we've all had one game for first part of the street.
Did you go to the throwdown over the weekend?
This week is Logan's going to
The crossline throwdown? Watch Angela and
Well, I
Jack.
don't really want to watch either.
I didn't know your sister did it either. She got her first muscle up, I heard. It's pretty impressive for a girl to get muscle up. No, it's the ring, and then you work your body, and then there's something.
We're on the executive board.
Tell Jacqueline I said hello.
I did
She's still
find
coaching?
something out for this meeting though, but I went to that rodeo on Saturday. The guy that had their cannibal bull set up, he wanted to like do the ball fest. So I need to talk to Donnie Ross.
Yes, please tell her hello.
Well, I called down and talked to Shelley, and Shelley went to talk to Sherry. I don't know where I went. Well, Sherry.
I have
down there.
right under his phone with her, or right handed.
Just so you know, there's going to be.
Yeah. I was trying to stay out of this because that's what I'd be crazy. That's what help out with a car show or something. How is it kind of tight right here? Not this area, but just this area.
These seats was all full. This is all full.
Yeah. They got that, too, didn't they? Yeah, it's just whatever the first year they're going to rip out of you.
That's right.
A little bit. There's a few changes, not much.
They had to go.
Yeah, the layout. You know more about I do probably. I just seen the map.
Yeah, she's good.
People calling. I just think it'd be funny. Yeah, he calls me. Okay, I call that you know. I think it'd be cool to have that mechanical go out there at the beer garden.
I better have a sign away.
You have to. You got to.
Shame we don't get paid by the hour.
Yeah.
They have bars there. Two have both, and they have like, they'll have ones that are bachelor.
There's a lot of space down there.
They're very high with the girls.
I want to have one there.
Yeah, I think so.
That's pretty good. So I think so.
Yeah. Some of the, like, some of the older
Right, that's what it is. Just surprised.
I don't know, where's mine?
Well,
Well, I was told, Leslie told me you had that. Some of those.
So they're usually hard on that.
I don't know that she ever had one.
I only can keep what they give me, guys, so, no, I mean, you know, I told that to somebody just the other day.
No, from the first meeting was just it was just a, and I thought that came in too, but I don't think so. It was just a notice of intent. It's just the March 20th short paragraph said they voted last night.
Those 2 days. I've got the minutes of number 3. Number 2. I'm sorry, 2. That's minutes of the Board of Works.
This is just where they through what was going on in the.
That's the March 20th. This is, look at, you know, look at all this stuff, but you look at what you cost.
Yeah.
That's the part that really,
I mean, you think somebody.
No, okay, I was gonna say,
I think you said it to me last time ago, you had the written minutes.
I have to go to another department to get those, because I,
there's nothing
you know.
band out there. They're in there on the list.
That's the March 27th, number 1.
Then you
She has
have
the
to back
minutes.
and
I gave them, just, that's what I just gave right there.
And it's number
Oh.
5.
reload your
Well, that was.
Oh, there wasn't. That's
There
the one I
was.
told you there wasn't, because I just wrote the, you know, March 20th, we gave them 10 and
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
There wasn't. Because I checked my slips.
I can't think he's not.
I remember who it was. I know she was teaching.
I find it specified that. But, you know, it's like, I mean, yeah.
Oh, Jane,
Okay.
come on in. I'll trade you back. Thank you. Oh, that's okay, thanks, dear.
The 5 and 6 do not, so.
Okay. I'm in.
Certain things, they have to have certain things.
Okay. 7, the SOPs, I've got a copy of those. Well, that's what, yeah, that's the only thing I've got is the SOPs. I don't have anything else.
So she's good for what?
Yes. Hold on.
For number 8, you mean, right?
Here. SOP review and a.
Depends on the group we're looking to,
group that.
Here's the minutes.
Depend on the age and so whatever. That's what I'm looking for.
Yes.
Markers, you want to mark the ones that chief gave you?
I sent an email before I came in, my daughter.
It's gonna be one or the other.
She said, oh, Mom, she said, it's so good.
She won't be like that.
Oh, wow. I said, I was saying,
Probably so.
The best is, yeah.
You can, but.
It's like we had years ago when we
January
started
18th, 2005.
But you have to really sit back and really have to active mind reader on some really good up-and-coming persons. Which we had a couple of members that there were no names, but they kind of look at their.
Yeah, he wasn't as popular then. Well, Nelson will win.
The only thing I have is the SOP.
Yes, he was 100.
I don't have anything else as far as rules and regulations go.
Is there any other rules and regulations?
Well, either that or the chief for some reason, I don't. I didn't know. Yeah, those,
Some people you have to think it's their absence, she's real big.
Okay. Okay.
There's no Starbucks in town. So, I mean, she wanted to leave, and I had to calm down.
Joey fixed something up for him for kind of meals. Joey, yeah, fixed something out run it to him. That was a lot of weird things but that's a
No, I can get it, not, I can get it to you. I didn't know, I had a copy of them and then they redid most of them and I didn't get the new copies. Okay. You could have the old one too, but I can get you the old one.
I can't remember that. He had to walk, he was the security for
They really do.
Okay. I probably had that over.
There was no.
Richard, what's? Can I fax this to you? Okay, that's fine.
To the farm. But,
there is no contract with redevelopment director and the mayor's assistant. There was an old one. You want the old one? Okay.
yeah,
New one? Okay. I should have somewhere.
There could be blue dog, but it should be.
No. Oh. Oh, in the minutes, yeah. Okay.
Next week, you were a farmer's fair, and I remember wearing my car.
Okay, so, and you need the minutes, right? Okay. Okay. You got the salary ordinances and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Well, last year, I remember with the.
People like to park over there and walk over here, but that's when they pull the football on Friday.
And there was an amendment to that. Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, and on 24th, there is no public notice because they were done at regular meetings. It wasn't special meetings.
There's no good news. And really, that's it.
Yeah.
Last
Yes, right.
meeting, there was 11
Looking around, tempted, yeah. You know, like some stand up.
Because he's only, I wasn't there.
Middle of working on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, actually, stressing
So what I heard was the market was long, it was always there, but the market set up, but then other people wanted to. How much is that? What is that? That's what I'm.
I don't know. I can't get to any of them because it's got weights.
We're hoping we're gonna have a parking lot.
Here's the minutes for 32. Okay.
I don't really think it was enough.
Okay, so you want, okay. Okay, I need to find that one. Oh, did I? I've got the March 28th of 2011 minutes, when the board approved his contract. There, that's those.
I don't know whether, I mean, he's not even on the board anymore. He's recused himself.
Mario.
What purpose was that?
I want to see that on this one, where like, he acts just like his dad, he stands just like his dad.
No, I mean, I can still write.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, where are we?
Yeah.
You know, he's stressed exactly.
Okay,
I have a
okay.
desk, I mean, I can put it on the
You
desk.
should have those. Oh. Let me see what this is.
Yeah. Well, I lived here for a while, lived in county, but I grew up in Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Pretty slow lately, but.
I thought you printed those off. Wow.
No, that's Vicky. You have Vicky by.
Oh, no, you've got to get Vicky for the utilities. I don't have his, well, no, I've got his council pay, but I don't have his, you just want his council pay, right?
No, he wanted his payroll.
Oh, then you have to go to the utilities to get those. I don't have them. Because he's a utility worker and
And they
not
do their own
a
accounting.
civil city worker. Yeah, they're all civil city.
Definitely there's a lot.
No, I don't have anything to do with, no, they do it here. Yes. That's Vicki Robinson.
Yeah, that's what I that's the way I am.
I have 32504, you want a number. Oh, you learn.
Yeah, I don't know anybody.
Who cares?
I don't know. I was trying to remember when,
That should be,
I think I might have hit
I know
years
there's
though. I think I went to
chief of the firehouse up there. And things went from the little volunteer guy to the
Wait a minute.
over here. And I think that their heads
yeah, you have that. It should have
I
been
had
here.
one before this that I just.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said 20.
And then
No,
one
Connie
day
has
it
those, I didn't have those.
Redevelopment.
Did you give Connie anything to say what you want? I don't keep those, they keep them upstairs.
doing what they tell me.
One of the saving things in my job, I don't have to do that.
Unless you really squeeze them.
Oh, okay, okay. You're talking about the old one.
Carl has.
Yeah, I'll have to look. Yeah.
Weren't these were all done by the public
You can't
academy?
get just Well,
under public access for 3.
at least the last time I checked, because obviously
It was done, I mean,
you can't just get keys, you have to
Right.
replace the people.
so he doesn't have all those records? Okay. But she's produced these records.
Yeah, they can't. That's what they tell me.
Plant on the side, it's normally it's a brand.
Yeah, I have a white screen.
You need the contract for Carl for that March date, plus the minutes, right?
Very expensive trucks.
Oh,
I remember
Yeah.
they replaced the Hilton.
okay, and that's, okay.
Well, my,
I may have Mel's contract.
my disc was, so I'm calling them last time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But how did you might have it? I mean,
No, I didn't even show
that's
them.
Vicky would be that one too, 43.
Okay, did Johnny Tremaine at the last one?
No,
Right, and this, then the minutes would not be from the Board of Works and Safety, it would be Utility Board. Yes. Oh, does it? Number 44?
Okay. Okay.
oh, I'm totally.
No. I'd have to go look, I may have some of these.
Yeah.
Service, service, everything.
You have those. Did the fire department give you theirs, the last one? Okay. Okay. Yes, sir. They're divided 11, 12, and 13. I didn't do it. My part-time girl did. I think so, yeah. I would say so. Yeah. I would say that they are.
That truck only had 10,000.
Yeah.
That would be my understanding, Richard.
Those are Board of Works?
Board of Works, yeah, that's number 48. No.
And that's the only reason it was such a old truck that was straight. You used to carry it back in the back. We hold the tank there, so you might stand, well, it all holds up in the line.
I brought the wrong one.
Firehouse, you take it from the firehouse, the whole
Well, Richard, they're basically the same contract, the dates are, I don't know if there's any more than the dates change. But yeah, okay, but I can,
He had.
I may go to which ones I
He doesn't
need
have
to.
anything on, he was never investigated
I
before.
think it was 3 days.
He said he was never, he didn't have anything. I don't have nothing, because I was never investigating Poper and Lawrence. I don't even know where they got that information. If I had information on a council member, it would be turned over to the prosecutor, then he would decide. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not needed then, right? But no.
And it's interesting because, I mean, I don't really know. Well, no, I mean, that's not true either, because I went to it was vivid depositions, I guess, both sides did one, and she was there before I was, and she was the handwriting.
What's the statute limit? It's out
No.
just pull those together, just hold them to the next, whenever we get together again. I mean, whatever. Okay. Okay, no problem. I guess I don't need this. Well, that's true. Well, no, because we just did it with Bob. Well, I'll see. Yeah. Before you go to court, before the day of it. Ask questions. Yeah. Which one? Oh, that's district.
Bottle water? Have one. Is there any water downstairs?
I don't know, there might be. If not, I can. Yes, wait a minute, I was gonna say, if not, I can get you something cold and liquid. I just have to find my key. There it is. Yeah. I'll be right back, Les.
I think it's a mistake. The board's already got it. Are we almost done? Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh my God.
She is. Yeah, she's up in, she's also designed to build apartments around better than the alternative, right?
Get that right.
I'm sure.
It just makes everyone look bad. Yeah, I was running. Well, it's all project.
I don't know.
Before that happened, was the guy down the street.
Something, I don't know, what is it?
Right. I can't put it all fixed over. It's just like,
No. No.
our project here in the city, we have high weeks and consistent pay now. Back office. There you go. Put a weed eater in there. Put a weed eater in there.
Sure. Thank you.
That cold enough?
This is
You want it, you can have it. Not a problem.
and then this goes.
I'm gonna go get listening, but I ain't got my phone to get through the door.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
You weren't letting me down.
Here. Use mine. If you need to use it. I just need it back. That's the only one I got.
Say again? Oh, I have my machine, it's going on this.
You said, watch your train? Yeah.
Well, it's not really old fashioned, but it's just, yeah. I don't use the paper Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, don't ask me to read that.
So I just wanted to stay on the
He was at one time for us, but always, I guess I I've had people tell me that. There's a lot of things like that. All day, then he has weight conditioners. That's what I love it. Sometimes 6 in the morning, about 9 hours. So it's 15 hours over there. Well, that's, he don't want to eat supper. He gets fish when he goes to his room and watches the ball.
My side too.
I'm looking for baseball was only around running Facebook and do that. This is like his third baseball. He did his regular baseball season, then he had a fall ball, and now he's another season. Third baseball. I'll really be advising. Oh, yeah.
After everybody's already gone.
Never there. Every Saturday.
Don't be calling me anytime soon.
Jack, thanks for rounding all that up. I know it's a big job.
I'll get the other things too, I just didn't look at the dates. I just took the latest one and thought, okay, that's it.
No problem. Hey, Brett. How are you? All right, how are you? Good.
He's my uncle.
Aaron, do they know we're ready, or do you know?
I think Donnie went to get him.
Gotcha. Aaron, when they come
I
back,
thought you were in charge of that.
hey, make sure all this time I'm charging to those guys rather than me.
Fix it there.
We got everything we needed from.
Can't get out. Donnie's just my father.
There you go.
Oh, you got yours? Okay, thank you. You guys ready? Here, she was coming through the door. Whoops.
Mr. Diltz and Mr. Butler, can I have a moment with you?
So I have to straighten on them, please, okay? Right?
Huh?
You're going to.
No, those are Leslie's. Or someone's.
You're okay with letting
See, I'm down to this much. There's some notes, and that's mine. Just take
Make sure I
that.
have it.
Where's the rest of them? Okay.
I don't.
What?
You're okay.
Right, always put my exits. That's what we're supposed to do.
I thought Bill was switching chairs. I know what's going on. Yeah, I think so. I know. I don't know. I haven't heard anything yet, but then I'm with that mechanical rule, but I haven't talked to Shelley over there, so I don't know anything about this. It's close from here. From here, that wall, the whole setup with the doors in the middle, and there's like a little ring around it where people can fall off on that. You have to sign a waiver on that. Yeah. There's a half-an-hour line for it over there. My 5-year-old wanted to ride it, and I was like, "You sure, buddy?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "You're a big line." He said,
Thank
"That's all
you.
right."
You're welcome.
Usually he hates
No
lines,
trouble.
but he wants
I went out, I was going to call you guys, so I went to the door, tried the door. I said,
Go
oh.
slow for kids and go faster for adults.
That little girl there. She said, Donnie Bryant, right? I said, yeah. She said, I got your daughter as my teacher.
Oh, really?
I said, I like her.
Oh.
I said, why do you like
You know,
her?
you gotta behave in here, you can't be yourself.
She's exciting, she's fair, she don't pick one over another, and
Yeah.
she's colorful.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I thought that's
It's
very
always
nice.
nice to
coming
know.
From a kid.
Yeah. They can sure I got all my keys. Or I'll be walking home. Oh, okay.
I think he went home.
Oh, we got Bill.
I would call him, but he's sitting on his chair.
Oh.
He didn't go anywhere. His phone's on his chair.
There he is.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. This is a continuation of a hearing. Previously, the parties had stipulated to a separation of witnesses, so any witnesses that are to be called tonight need to leave the room until they're called.
Okay, this hearing is back in session.
You need me to leave? No? No, okay, all right, just checking.
Don't even try it.
Hey, come down there and get you. I'm not afraid.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Butler, proceed.
Thank you. I'd move to admit Exhibit O-8, being an official record from the Director of 911, Charles Ashley. I'd also move to admit Exhibits O-9 through O-12, being official records from the county clerk. I'd also move to introduce into evidence Exhibit O-13, being a letter from Prosecutor Aaron Neckgard to the Indiana State Police. I'd also move to introduce into evidence Exhibits O-14 through O-18, being records identified and provided by Jennifer Felix. And I'd also like to move to introduce into evidence Exhibits O-19 through O-32, being records provided by the clerk treasurer of the city of Lawrenceburg. As well, I guess we can handle this piecemeal and probably be cleaner, so we'd move to admit those exhibits.
I will stipulate to the authenticity of all those records, and I'll stipulate to the admissibility of O-20 and O-32. Beyond that, we would object to the admission of all of the rest of those records because they don't pertain to the matter which is germane to this hearing, which is the conduct of Officer Taylor. For the reasons argued at length previously, I guess I'd reincorporate those objections as to these exhibits and any questioning on it.
As the parties agreed, to make this hearing go quicker than the last time, the objections have been noted. The stipulations for O-20 and O-32, I believe, which are
The SOPs
okay.
and 032 was the one sheet that's contained in the black binder of the chief's version of the SOPs.
Which was just in, yeah, okay. And all other documents, exhibits that have been tendered by Officer Taylor, the objection of the chief has been noted and reserved for the record. But those exhibits are to come in. Mr. Butler.
Thank you. There were a number of other items requested from the city clerk treasurer, items A through K. I'd like to indicate on the record what those are, and I think our agreement is that those will be introduced into evidence when we reconvene next week, if possible, over Mr. Dill's objection to irrelevancy.
That is my understanding.
Those items are A, the employment contract between the Human Resources Director and Lawrenceburg Board of Works dated March 26, 2012.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'll do it again. Mr. Butler, can we just address that at that point? I mean, as long as you have exactly what it is, so would that be okay?
As long as there no question about being items A through K.
In terms of, I'm sorry,
there were records that were the clerk treasurer did either not have or no. These were ones that she thinks she has, but was confused on what she was supposed to
pulled the wrong
produce.
date. Yeah,
pulled the wrong date.
very possibly.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and recite those, Mr. Butler.
Again, the employment contract between the Human Resources Director and Lawrenceburg Board of Works dated March 26, 2012. The official minutes approving those would be item B. Item C would be the employment contract between the Career Development Director and the Mayor's Assistant and Lawrenceburg Board of Works dated January 17, 2012. Item D, the official minutes approving that. Item E would be the parking garage management contract for the period of June 1, 2011 and continuing for 5 years that was approved at the February 7, 2011 Board of Works and Safety meeting. Item F would be the official minutes authorizing that. Item G would be the agreement for independent contracting services between Mario Todd and the Utility Service Board dated March 28, 2011. Item H would be the employment contract between the Director of Lawrenceburg Building Department, Civil City Personnel, and Lawrenceburg Board of Works dated March 21, 2011. Item I would be the official minutes approving that. Item J would be the employment contract between the Director of Lawrenceburg Engineering, Zoning, and Floodplain Administration and the Lawrenceburg Board of Works dated March 21, 2011. Item K would be the official minutes approving that. And that's it.
Sorry, what was I?
I would have been the official minutes approving the employment contract between the Director of the Lawrenceburg Building Department, Civil City Personnel, and the Lawrenceburg Board of Works dated March 21, 2011. Item 37, yeah, that'd be item 38 on the subpoena if you're looking at Jackie's subpoena.
Okay, so that would be I.
Yeah, item 40 would be J, item 41 would be K.
So on 37, I have, sorry, just so we're clear next time, I'll probably forget. G, you have as 31? Is that correct?
Yes.
32 is H?
37 is H.
Okay, that's where I got it wrong.
She
Sorry.
actually provided item 32.
Oh.
That's our exhibit O-29.
Okay, thank you. That's where I got it wrong. And we can address that at the next one.
Moving on, we also had 5 stipulations with respect to the request for records from the City Clerk Treasurer Jackie Stutch. One was item 5, the minutes of the meeting of the Board of Works and Safety at which the Board of Works and Safety took official action to give written notice to Officer Doug Taylor of the hearing pursuant to Indiana Code 36-8-3-4, paren C. treasurer does not have those records and has told us they don't exist. The second stipulation would be with respect to item 24 on the subpoena to Jackie Stutz. We requested the public notice of any amendment of the salary ordinances, and Jackie Stutz has told us that there are no public notices because those were done at a regular public meeting rather than a special meeting. We'd stipulate to that as well. The third stipulation was with respect to item 34 on the Jackie Stutz subpoena, when we requested all payroll records of Bill Bruner from January 1, 2012 to date, including but not limited to the dates of each paycheck, the gross amount of pay, a copy of the canceled check or receipt or confirmation for direct deposit, and a record showing how many hours for which Bill Bruner was being paid for each day over this period. And Jackie Stutz tells us that because he's a utility department employee, she does not have those records. That's handled through the utility department. Vicki Robinson would be the contact person there. And the fourth stipulation would be with respect to item 36, requested of Jackie Stutz, being all minutes of the Redevelopment Commission meeting from January 1, 2012 to date. And Jackie has told us that she does not have any of those records. Those would be kept by Connie with the city. And lastly, the fifth stipulation would be with respect to items 43 and 44 of the subpoena to Jackie Stutz. Item 43 is the employment contract between the Director of Lawrenceburg Utilities and the Utility Service Board of the City of Lawrenceburg dated March 21, 2011, as well as the official minutes of the meeting approving that agreement. Jackie has told us that she does not have those records. Those would be kept by Vicki with the city. That's it.
Richard, if you're wanting the old contracts from 11, I may have his. I don't have all the new ones, but I have a bunch of the old ones. So I can look.
Those are stipulations as far as you know, Mr. Bill?
As far as I can tell.
That's all I had. With respect to moving documents into evidence, documents that were missing, although requested, and the stipulations with respect to the documents that Jackie did not have. Next, I'd be ready to call Paul Seymour Jr. as a witness. Leslie, where's the witness go? Put him at the end of the table again?
Oh, we can do that. That's fine. You can go next to Mr. Okay.
May it please? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
You can have a seat, Mr. Seymour. Good evening.
Good evening.
And thank you for being here. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Paul Seymour Jr.,
And Mr. Seymour, what's your home address?
538 Arch Street, Lawrenceburg.
And do you know each of the members of the board sitting up here next to your left?
Yes, sir.
And do you know Mayor Carr?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you known Mayor Carr?
Since we've been kids,
How would you characterize your relationship with Mayor Carr?
I've always had a good relationship with him.
Okay.
Always.
Looking forward to continuing to have a good relationship with him, I presume.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did the mayor ever tell you that he was going to fire Doug Taylor?
The mayor told me that Doug Taylor would be gone. I don't know that he used the word fired, but just like everybody else around town, he would be gone at a point, and the conversation happened quite a while back, so I don't know the exact words.
You said just like everyone else. What do you mean by that?
Well, it went all over town for quite a while. When will Doug be gone? And it was everybody's guess. You know, it's all we heard about for a while. Postponements, whatever. But I do not know for sure if Mayor Carr used the word fired.
Did he use such words to make you believe that Doug's employment with the police department was going to end?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On how many occasions did Mayor Carr communicate that to you?
Once that I can say for sure.
Mr. Seymour, thank you for your candor and thank you for being here. That's all the questions I have, sir.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Oh,
Feel free to go.
Call Tim Denning. You go up there and sit just to the right of Mr. Cook.
sit or stand?
Just to the right of Mr. Cook.
Sit up there, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Tim Denning.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you now, yes.
You struggle to hear a little bit.
I have selective hearing.
If at any time you can't hear one of my questions, would you let me know that rather than guessing at an answer?
I sure will.
Thank you. I'll try to speak loudly so we don't have a problem. What's your home address, Mr. Denning?
230 Elm Street, Lawrenceburg.
Do you know all these folks sitting up here to your left being the Board of Works, the City Attorney, and the Clerk Treasurer?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Mayor Carr?
Pretty much all my life.
How long is that, Mr. Denning?
I'm 58 years old.
Has Mayor Carr ever told you, and I'm not using exact words, that he's going to fire Doug Taylor?
No.
Okay. Has he ever indicated to you that he wanted to get rid of Doug Taylor?
Yes.
How did he do that?
He, on 3 different occasions, we had conversations where the mayor stated that he felt like he couldn't get anything accomplished because the council was split and they were a divided group, and he felt 3 members of the council were working against him. And I was asked to do some things to help split that team up, and one of them involved a member of council and her employment, and I was asked to gather some information on that person so that it would be a means to get that person off of city council.
Through a criminal prosecution.
Yes.
Who was that member of council?
Jane Pope.
And what did the mayor ask you to do to get rid of Jane Pope, or to help him get rid of Jane Pope?
Asked me if I could gather a video and information about her being terminated from the community center.
How were you to get that information?
Because I have relationships with the people that manage the community center.
That's Mary Beth Heather.
Yes.
She's a personal acquaintance of yours, a friend.
That's correct.
Did he indicate to you that he'd like to get rid of Doug Taylor as well? I think that was the original question.
He had indicated he wanted to get rid of Doug Taylor, Jane Pope, and Mike Lawrence.
Okay. and that he wanted to use a criminal investigation and prosecution to do so.
Yes.
You said this happened on 3 occasions?
Yes.
When were those, best you can recall?
I don't recall the exact dates. I was asking for support in a business opportunity my wife and I had here in Lawrenceburg, and in that conversation I approached each member of the board or commission that provides funding for those types of projects, and the conversation came up in 3 different occasions with the mayor.
Were you promised anything by the mayor in exchange for your assistance in getting this information so that he could have these folks investigated and prosecuted?
The conversation on 3 different occasions was, my end of the conversation was something to the effect of, can I look for your support in this upcoming meeting to determine whether or not we can get funding to finish this project? And on all 3 occasions, the conversation was drawn back to, I need your help to bust this group up, sort of thing. And it was, I need your help specifically to get information to get Jane Pope off of council.
Was it your clear impression, based on those conversations, that the mayor was offering you support in your endeavor to get a grant from the city for your firehouse restaurant in exchange for that information?
I was told by the mayor that he would support me as much as possible, and I want to make something perfectly clear. I did not provide the information that he was requested. I just stated I did not want to get involved with that, and that support went from being supportive. I obtained the video of the meeting where the project was discussed, and the mayor killed the project.
Nothing further, Mr. Denning. Thank you for your candor and your time. You've got to remain seated.
I have a few questions for you, sir. Just a few. Are you a police officer?
No.
Sure.
No.
You work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
No.
Involved in any kind of law enforcement entity?
Nope.
Did it strike you as odd that you were being asked to launch a criminal investigation to get someone kicked off the council?
Well, of course it's odd.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
On 3 direct, please stay seated. In case you weren't clear, you think it's odd that he asked. Why do you think he was asking you?
I believe he asked me because he knew that I had very strong relationships with the person that ran the community center.
And the person that ran the community center had the information he wanted, he thinks, about Jane Pope.
I don't know that. I was led to believe, but for some reason, he felt that that information could be obtained from that person.
Nothing further.
Now you're free to go.
No, are there any questions from the board of this witness?
I have none, Your Honor.
Now you're free to go.
Sorry,
What?
I was premature. Now you're free to go.
You're free to go.
Am I done?
Yes, you're done.
next witness?
Yes.
I was waiting for the order from you, Your Honor. I call Captain Doug Taylor.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Douglas Allen Taylor,
And Captain Taylor, or how are you employed?
with Lawrenceburg, City of Lawrenceburg, police officer.
How long have you been, and you're a captain with that department?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been employed with the Lawrenceburg Police Department?
I'm on my 23rd year.
Love your job there?
Love it.
I want to direct your attention to April 17, 2011. You recall that date?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you attend a political function at 3 Mile Ridge condominium development?
Yes, I did.
Is that condominium development there at 3 Mile Ridge within the city limits of the city of Lawrenceburg?
Yes.
You were there attending a Meet the Candidate forum, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were running for council at that time.
Right.
You were there a little over 2 hours, I think the records would show, is that correct?
I believe so.
Were you still working as a, well, let me ask you this, were you on duty at that time?
Yes, I was.
Were you still working for the just a little over 2 hours that you were at that political event?
Yes, I was.
Can you please explain to the board member how it's possible that you're at this campaign event at 3 Mile Ridge in the city limits of Lawrenceburg, but that you're still working?
As a police officer, you have a walkie-talkie on your side. I have an earpiece that I use a lot because I've worked as far as with K-9 for 19 years as well. The earpiece makes it nice as far as tracking and what have you on that part, as far as working with the dogs and all, but I had an earpiece in that way. If there was any calls or anything that would have came in, I would have been able to get up and lead. As I have done multiple times at different other events I've been at, as far as a ball game or anything like that that I would be at, I would be there watching, doing something, but I would still be able to go on any calls or be able to hear dispatch, and I even had contacted dispatch and told them that where I was at and such. And the cell phone as well, they call me on a cell phone if they can't get me on the walkie-talkie, but it's a common practice as far as police officers throughout this whole county.
So if you got a call from dispatch to respond to an emergency, a resident's call, a lockout, anything, you would have received it in your earphone, your radio?
Yes, I would.
Do you remember who else was at that event?
All the candidates.
Was J.R. Holcraft one of those at that event?
I had sat down, matter of fact, I even asked J.R. if he could move over to the end where I would be on the end. If I got a call, I could leave.
Okay, so J.R., when you arrived, was in the end seat on the aisle?
Yes.
And you asked him to scoot down so you could be at the end in case you got a call, you'd have to leave?
Right, so it would be as much of a disruption or whatever as far as walking over people to get out.
And it sounds like you never tried to hide the fact that you were up there at 3 Mile Ridge.
No.
Did it ever occur to you at the time you were there that you weren't supposed to be there in your police uniform?
I've been in 23 years, I'm in my 23rd year at Lawrenceburg. There's some people around here that think I live in my uniform. I mean, I love this city. I have put forth so much in this city. I have been to hundreds of community functions as far as in a uniform, and I've never ran for a city office and such, and I just plain wasn't thinking. We was in the process of doing the memorial out front of the police department, getting it, the service and everything such as that, and the chief was having me take care of all the details on it as far as setting up for it. We had Police Memorial Week coming up, which the city had allowed me to go to Washington, D.C. for the survivors of Indiana. It's Indiana cops or concerns of police survivors. And I drive the van up there, and when I go up there, it's not a vacation, it's a event where you go. And the last time I was up with the city van, I drove over 700 miles in the city limits of, well, it wasn't city limits, but in the Washington, D.C. area, that the city would allow me to do that. That was on my mind as well. I mean, and I made a mistake. I mean, it's just been blown so far out of proportion, it's unreal.
And my question was, did it ever occur to you at the time you were there that you weren't supposed to be there in your uniform?
It never occurred to me until the night after, which was a Monday night, there was a city council meeting here. The council meeting was over.
Let me interrupt you there. So it never occurred to you, before you get that city council meeting, I want to stop you and ask you something else. And you alluded to this in your earlier testimony. In your 23 years experience as a Lawrenceburg police officer, is it your testimony that it's kind of standard operating procedures that officers, while on duty, will do personal things?
All the time.
For example, if an officer has a daughter or a son involved in athletics, they might, while on duty, go stand around that athletic event and watch the event.
Right.
And those officers, too, I assume, have their radios on or their earpiece in, so if there's anything that happens, they can respond.
Yes. I mean, it may be a thing to where you're working with somebody and they say, hey, my boy or girl, whichever, has got a ball game or something, I'm going to be down here by the ballpark, if anything comes on, or if you can maybe take some of the calls while I'm down here. You know, just working together as far as the police. I mean, if you need them, they're there. I mean, as far as I'm calling. But, I mean, it's well aware as far as if you did need them, you could call them on the radio and they'd be there.
In addition to going to athletic events for your children while on duty, do officers during holiday, maybe if they're on duty, stop and have Thanksgiving dinner with their family for an hour or two, but keep the radio on. If they get a call, they go.
They will. And I mean, you know, some of the times that's been, some of the guys and gal, time they may not even live in the city limits of Lawrenceburg, but they still go out. But they have let the others working there know where they're at and such, and they're a phone call or a radio away. I mean, it's common.
So not just for Thanksgiving, but for Christmas, Easter, other holidays.
Any holiday, it's out there. I mean, it's not just our department. I'm sure as far as with the other police departments, law enforcement agencies within this county, is a common practice.
And you don't take issue with that?
No, not at all.
But you feel like you're being singled out for doing something you know through 23 years of experience everybody does? Very much so. Now, you say you were confronted the next day on April 18, 2011, about having been at that 3 Mile Ridge event in uniform. Please explain that to the board members.
The event was on a Sunday afternoon. The Monday night council meeting I had attended, which I attended hundreds of council meetings. After the council meeting was over, I was out here in the foyer. Mario Todd got my attention and asked me to step back in the back room. He also asked Chief Hunnefeld to do the same. We stepped back here in the conference room, which was out the hall here, down and to the left, and shut the door and all. And then when he made told me about, or basically asked the chief if he had heard about the complaint made about me being at a political function. And at that point, I just said, my God, I never even thought about it. And I didn't. That's the first I even thought about it, even messing up. I mean, it just never even crossed my mind on that part.
So it was 24 hours later when you were confronted with it that you realized you shouldn't have been there in uniform.
Yes.
Because you knew that you weren't supposed to do that, but it just never occurred to you at the time.
I had so much on my mind as far as going on. Like I said, I have never ran for an office in the city. I have been to hundreds of community meetings. I have been to them just all the time, and helping out on different events as far as like Main Street or like parades or setups and things of that nature there. I mean, I can't tell you how many times that I've had people tell me, do you ever take that uniform off? I mean, you're in it all the time.
Just to be real clear, if you hadn't been running for office, there would not have been any question about whether you were working while you were at that event at 3 Mile Ridge for a little more than 2 hours.
No, no, not at all.
It would have been perfectly acceptable for you to be there and to be paid.
Yes.
Now, I think you said when you were confronted by the chief and Mario Todd, you admitted to being there in uniform.
Yes.
That was on Monday evening, April 18, 2011.
Yes.
Now, you received your paycheck on Wednesday, April 20, 2011. Is that correct?
Yes. We get on.
And you got paid for that 2 hours and a couple of minutes that you were at 3 Mile Ridge.
Right.
But the chief of police knew Monday night that you were there in uniform. He didn't stop you from getting paid for those 2 hours?
No.
Didn't pull your paycheck?
No.
The assistant chief didn't?
No.
Went ahead and let you get paid?
Yes.
Now, a week later, on April 25, 2011, were you disciplined for having been there?
I was called in, well, it wasn't, well, I guess called in, and it was a meeting, both on the same thing, because it was talking about the police memorial that we was having out in the service, out in front of the police department, and also Police Week. But the first thing on the agenda was Donnie, who was assistant chief at that point in time, and Chief Hunnefeld brought to my attention again in regards to the incident at 3 Mile Ridge, and I, again, apologized. I was sorry as far as being there. I admitted I was there, and I was given a verbal reprimand, and I thought that was it, but wasn't the case.
Now, that was nearly a week after you'd been paid for that.
Yes.
And there was no discussion or concern about that.
Not to me, there was. Not even, nobody said anything.
Was that an oral reprimand?
Oral reprimand, yes.
Now, we'll back up to your 23 years of experience telling you that folks take care of personal things and get paid for it. It's not a problem. Are you aware of whether Assistant Chief Mike Lanning, on July 31, 2011, just a couple months after your incident, got paid for being at an Aurora football meeting in the city of Aurora?
Yes, yes, he did.
Has anything happened as a result of that?
Not to my knowledge.
That's just another one of those things that in your 23 years experience with Lawrenceburg Police Department and in law enforcement in Dearborn County as well, that is accepted.
Right. The only thing would be is he wasn't the assistant chief at that point in time. He was patrolman, or sergeant maybe. Patrolman or sergeant, I don't remember.
But he was on duty at the
But he was on duty, yes.
He went to the meeting in Aurora.
In Aurora.
Do you know how long he was there?
It was right around 2 hours.
And he got paid for it.
Yes.
And that's not been a problem.
That's not been a problem, no.
So again, you feel like you're being singled out?
Yes, I am.
Now, you were charged criminally as a result of this incident on October 11, 2011. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was half a month or a month before the actual election for city council that you were running.
Yes.
And then the next day, you were put on administrative leave as a result of those criminal charges. Is that your understanding?
Yes, I was.
I believe we're up to 33, is that correct? There is 32. Is that
32,
this
that's
attachment?
the last number I heard.
Okay, that's 30.
It will be 33. I'm going to say it's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 033. And ask you, is that the letter you received from the city placing you on administrative leave?
Yes, it is. This was the October 12th, 2011 letter. Because I've been put on administrative leave twice.
Okay. We'd move to admit before I forget to do it, 033.
So moved.
And chronologically again. You won that election.
Yes.
Then you proceeded to have meetings with the elected council folks and the mayor-elect Carr. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall a meeting ever where Mayor Carr promised that you'd always have a job with the city?
There was a couple times that was, comment was made. Normally, we would meet over at the Deer Adult Center, and as a group, as far as I'm talking about the situation that, if it didn't work out as far as police or whatever on my part, that I would be able to work with the city in another department.
Was anyone present at those meetings where Mayor Carr made those promises?
Mike Lawrence, Jane Pope, Aaron, I believe Bill was there. He wasn't there to all of them, but I believe he was.
When you say Aaron and Bill, you mean Aaron Cook?
Aaron Cook, yes, I'm sorry.
Bill Bruner, William Bruner, members of this board?
Yes.
You recall where those meetings were?
He was at the Adult Center in the pool room.
Now I'm going to jump ahead almost 2 years. March 18, 2013, you entered into a deferred prosecution agreement with respect to those criminal charges, didn't you?
Yes.
And you admitted in that deferred prosecution agreement that you campaigned in uniform and that you committed conversion, they called it, for getting paid for those 2 hours you were at that campaign event. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't any great revelation to anybody in this community, was it?
No.
Because again, you admitted it the next day when the chief confronted you, correct?
Yes.
You admitted it a week later when the chief and the assistant chief sat you down and orally reprimanded you.
Yes.
So there isn't any new great, and by the way, they approved your paycheck, didn't stop your pay when they could have.
Right.
So there isn't any great revelation in this deferred prosecution agreement about what Doug Taylor has done.
No.
Doug, you never denied having messed up, did you?
No, I admitted it from the beginning. I mean, it's a mistake, and I don't know anybody in this room that hasn't made a mistake, but I don't think that this mistake dictates the losing of a 23-year position in the police department.
Now, although you entered into that deferred prosecution agreement, those criminal charges, as far as you understand the agreement, are still pending against you.
Yes, they are.
If you do everything you're required to do under that agreement, on April 1, 2014, those criminal charges will be dismissed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you haven't yet been convicted of anything.
No.
And if they're dismissed, you won't have been convicted. You will just have been charged, and the charge is dismissed.
Right.
And you admitted to doing what you did and always have admitted to.
Yes, I have.
Okay. About a week before you entered into this deferred prosecution, and to be exact, I'm talking about March 14, 2013, you blew the whistle on the chief, the assistant chief, the mayor, the entire Board of Works and Safety, and others, either elected or appointed city officials. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Taylor, in that letter, which has been admitted into evidence, that's O-2, you allege that each of the individuals I mentioned earlier, as well as some others, committed multiple misdemeanor felonies.
Yes, I did.
You have nearly 23 years' experience as a law enforcement officer. Do you feel confident making those allegations?
Being in law enforcement at that length of time, and also I have been through a whistleblower's case before, and the allegations and such that were made on our part, we went through a bunch of hard times as far as going on, but it came out that the people that there was issues that were addressed, and people ended up being criminally charged and such on that part. But I believe that these, as far as being on council and such, and seeing the different things that was going on in the council, the time that I've been on there for the year and 3 months, I mean, me and Mike and Jane, I mean, we was called the three amigos and such, but always wanted to do is do things the right way. And with different things that were going on, as far as gathering information and such, it just wasn't right. And I just, being a police officer, I didn't feel that that was just the right thing to do, is just sit there and hide and just let it go on. And I'm not made up that way. I mean, it's been a rough 2 years. It's been a nightmare. But I stand, I strongly believe that what has been brought forward in the letter and the information there. I mean, it's not like it's just something saying there. I mean, there's documents and there's minutes and there's all kinds of information that's there to put a case together as far as for that.
So your allegations in that letter are spot on?
Yes, sir.
Stand by them to this day?
Yes, sir.
Doug, you made a mistake.
I made a big mistake.
And I suspect you will agree that some of those things you identified in that letter, some of those alleged crimes, are similar.
Yes.
People not thinking, making foolish mistakes.
Or maybe being, as far as not clearly clear on what was going on or what was being voted on or whatever in the part there, but as far as the advice of the board and such. But I mean, it was a mistake. But I mean, mine was a mistake, and here I sat in the possibility of losing my career as a law enforcement officer.
Because my point is, you're not trying to and convict and send these guys to jail or cost them careers, but my gosh, they've done things wrong too, in your opinion.
The one thing that I want to appreciate this board for, what we had to fight to get it done, but I like the fact that this hearing is being done in public. And I don't know how many people have told me out here on the street and such that their eyes have been opened. And that's all I've ever asked. All I asked is to be treated fairly. I'm not a bad guy. I feel like that I have been run in the trenches, beat on so bad. I mean, I have been, in 22 full years with Lawrenceburg, I have never seen a Lawrenceburg City employee treated the way I have been treated. I have been moved around 8 different times. To this day, I don't know why. I've not been given any reason why I was taken out of the police department and put somewhere else. My personnel record, if there's stuff in there that I've done wrong or I've done, then it's news to me, because I haven't been called on the carpet or nobody said anything to me about it. But I mean, April the 24th I come in, I got 2 of my fellow officers are there, and they give me another letter that's putting me back on administrative leave. And you can go talk to any of the foremen in this city, and they'll tell you that I'm a hard worker. I mean, a couple of them over there just joking around, because it's a good bunch of people in this city, as far as the employees and such. But some of the guys over there just joking around said, Doug, man, you're going to have to slow down. They're going to let a few of us off. And, it's just a lot of good work gets done. But, I mean, I have never seen anybody be treated like I've been treated in 22 years.
Now, the board didn't take any action, this board, to discipline you until after you blew the whistle. Is that correct?
Yes.
The board didn't take any action to discipline you after you admitted to the chief the very next day on April 18, 2011 that you did it?
No.
And again, the chief didn't stop your pay?
No.
The board didn't take any action after you were orally reprimanded a week later on April 25, 2011 by the chief and the assistant chief, did it?
No.
The board only took action after you blew the whistle.
Right.
When you blew the whistle, Did that make the news?
Yes.
Is that kind of a big deal around town?
I know a lot of people were surprised and such, but anything like that would be a big deal.
Make Eagle Country Radio news?
It was on that, yes.
Did it make the local paper?
Yes.
Taylor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34. Is that some of the local media coverage about your allegations against those folks we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
And I would object to that, both because it's not relevant to these proceedings in terms of what is at stake, in terms of the determination as to Mr. Taylor's conduct, but also because it's duplicative of other evidence insofar as the letter itself shows that it was carbon copied to all kinds of media outlets, and Officer Taylor himself just testified that various media outlets were aware of his allegations, so I think it duplicates unnecessarily other evidence. That's my objection.
Board's heard the objections. I do.
Do I get to respond to that?
Go ahead.
Just briefly, again, I think the relevance is it makes it, or it's probative of knowledge in the community, including amongst these board members, of the charges. That's it. Thank you.
What's the board's pleasure? I mean, to let you know what it is just looks like Eagle Country website, web blog, printouts. They say 7/11/2013 at the bottom. Which Lawrenceburg Councilman accuses city of wrongdoing. Prosecutor fires back at councilman's allegations. Prosecutor won't pursue vindictive allegations. And then looks like a copy of March 19, 2013. Prosecutor will review allegations against Lawrenceburg officials. However the board would like to.
Aaron?
I don't believe they need to be admitted into evidence.
Bill? Donnie?
I see no use. Everybody's aware of them.
Sustain the objection.
The Officer Taylor, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 035. Identify that for the board, please.
It's a letter that I wrote to Chief Hannafeld asking whether or not I was going to order an investigation into alleged crimes. Brought to his attention a copy of the March 14, 2013 letter letter to Prosecutor Young.
So you sent a letter to the chief saying, what are you doing about it?
Yes, I did.
And did you deliver that to the chief's office on the morning of March 20, 2013?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 035 into evidence.
Mr. Dills?
I have no objection.
035 is admitted.
And was it later that night on March 20, 2013 that this board decided to terminate you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now, Mr. Taylor, what's been marked as Exhibit 036. And just to ask you, is that the letter you received? 037, is that correct? Or 036?
036.
I'm showing you now what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 036. Is that the notice of intent of the Lawrenceburg Board of Public Works and Safety to terminate your employment?
Yes, it is.
And not just with the Lawrenceburg Police Department, but with any other department of the city, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether the Board of Works has legal authority to terminate your employment?
Objection calls for information and knowledge that's beyond this witness's capacity. He's not an attorney. He can't express a legal opinion.
You know his capacity apparently better than I do. I'm asking whether he knows.
He has no foundation. There's been no foundation to establish him as anyone who could offer an opinion relative to the legal authority of anybody to do anything. And frankly, even if he were a lawyer, I think it would still be inadmissible because even lawyers don't get to express legal opinions.
Well, I'm not asking for a legal opinion. I'm asking let me rephrase. Do you believe this board has legal authority to terminate your employment with any department in the city?
Objection. His belief isn't relevant.
I think it is.
His belief as to what the power of the board isn't relevant.
I think it is.
Okay.
Board can make a rule.
Boards heard the arguments of counsel. Whether or not, and he did use legal opinion again in the rephrased question. So I think the first objection would also apply. Don't believe that Mr. Taylor has his law degree. Whether or not he knows is irrelevant as well. So how does the board feel? That's just to the question, not to the exhibit. The exhibit has not been offered.
You want? I'll withdraw my objection. If he wants to answer the question, he can answer the question.
Well, I'm interested in why the board would send him a letter he's apparently not qualified to understand. I mean, it says, we're firing you from the Lawrenceburg Police Department and any other department of the city, but apparently he isn't supposed to be able to understand that.
It did say formal notice of the intent of the Lawrenceburg.
Sure.
Well, it doesn't say we're firing you. It says there's a formal notice of the intent of the Lawrenceburg Board of Public Works and Safety to terminate your.
You're right. It does say we intend to fire you. And apparently, according to the objection, you've sent him a letter that he's not competent or capable of understanding and should be allowed to express an opinion.
He withdrew his objection. Please answer the question, Mr.
Do you?
This board would have, as far as over the civil city and police department, fire department and such, but it would not have the authority over the utilities.
Do you have any idea why this board, represented by Mrs. Botal, would send you a letter saying, we don't just intend to fire you from the police department, we intend to fire you from any place in the city?
I've upset a lot of people with the letter and what was put in it. And I believe it's just retaliation back as far as on my part. 'Cause I mean, I've had nothing but had to fight an uphill battle through all this.
Move to admit Exhibit O36 into evidence, please.
I have no objection.
36 is amended.
You'd sent the letter to the chief saying, what are you going to do about these allegations? You finally got a response from him, didn't you?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit O37. I ask you, is that the response you received from the chief of police? Oh, you didn't see it, don't you?
Yes, this is the response that the Chief Hunfield sent me in regards to the letter that I had sent regarding the investigation.
And Mr. Taylor, do you understand from that response that the chief isn't going to investigate?
Right.
Did the chief? Do you believe the chief had a conflict of interest insofar as you complained that he committed the crime?
Yes.
And in the chief's response, does he recognize that he had a conflict of interest?
No.
He just didn't want to have himself investigated.
Right.
To your knowledge, based on the letter and anything else you know, does the chief refuse to do anything about that complaint?
To my knowledge, he's done nothing to forward it to the state police, which would have been normal as far as procedure, but I don't believe that's been done. It's just referring to as far as what Mr. Nickengard's media response was.
Now, do you know whether this board asked the chief to investigate your allegations?
I don't know, but I don't believe so.
Do you know whether this board has asked the chief to refer the matter to the Indiana State Police and request that they investigate?
Objection. He has no ability or foundation to testify as to any communications the board has had with the chief unless he was present for them.
Well, he's already answered the question. Just for the record, I suppose, I think I can ask him if he knows things. If he says yes, I think I can ask him, how do you know? Or that would be an appropriate subject for cross-examination.
I think it would be more appropriate to establish that he might know things. That would be a foundation. And that's why I objected, because there hasn't been any testimony to establish a foundation for any such knowledge. But since you said he answered the question, I didn't hear it. Please repeat it. What was your answer?
I don't know if there was or not.
Now, continuing again in chronological order, and I think you alluded to this earlier, you were placed on administrative leave again on April 23rd, 2013, is that correct?
Yes.
As Exhibit O38. Is that the correspondence you received from this board, again placing you on administrative leave on April 23rd, 2013?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit O38.
I have no objection.
O38 is admitted.
Way. How long has Chief Hunfeld been your chief at Lawrenceburg Police Department?
chief would have to correct me as far as when I believe it was in 2003 or 2002. I don't know. It was in that time period.
Fair to say, in your opinion, about 10 years?
Yes.
And in those 10 years, how do you believe your relationship with the chief was?
It's like any relationship as far as, 10 years. I mean, you're going to have your ups and downs and such as that, but I mean, as far as the majority of the time and such, I mean, I myself, along with the help of some others, a lot of public relations for the department and such. He entrusted me in doing that, asked me to go be at different events representing the police department and such, allowed us to put on the very successful K-9 training. I think we did it. It was either 8 or 9 years that we did it. Last one being 2011. And having huge crowds as far as for that, making the department look really good and such. But I mean, like any relationship, you're going to have your ups and downs. And being the chief, I mean, if something goes on, he's going to be on you about something. But I mean, overall, pretty decent.
You believe the chief respected your work as a police officer?
Yes.
I think this came out maybe in earlier testimony from the chief. Didn't the chief recommend you to this board for promotion to the rank of captain?
Yes, he did.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 039. And you identified that for the board, please.
This is a 2006 an appreciation for outstanding dedication and service above and beyond call of duty that was awarded to K-9 Patrolman Doug Taylor of Lawrenceburg Police Department. This was done in the midst of a very large K-9 show or demonstration that we put on over at the Lawrenceburg High School football field.
And so back then on October 5th, 2006, the chief says you bring great credit upon yourself, this department, and the Lawrenceburg Police K-9 unit.
Yes.
When did he recommend you for promotion to captain?
I don't recall the year on that.
Before or after 2006?
Yeah, after 2006.
Okay. Now, I think you've said several times in your testimony that you feel like you're treated differently than other employees of the city or officers. Is that fair or accurate?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether there's any Lawrenceburg Police Department officers that have ever been convicted of any crimes?
Yes.
How many?
2.
Those be who?
Well, one was a deferral, so like on mine, but Jeremy Shepard was the other.
Was Jeremy Shepard convicted of a crime?
Yes.
You've never been convicted of a crime?
No.
Was Troy Cochran convicted of a crime?
Yes, that was prior to as a police officer.
Was he convicted of 2 crimes?
I believe so, yes.
So you've never been convicted of a crime. Troy Cochran was convicted of 2 crimes, and he was hired by the Lawrenceburg Police Department.
Yes.
Are those the 2 officers that you know of that have been convicted of crimes?
Yes.
Are there any others?
No.
Were there officers put on diversion or a deferred prosecution
Yes.
agreement, as you were? They're still employed by the department.
Yes, they are.
How many officers?
1.
Who's that?
Morgan Henry.
Kevin Anderson, an officer with the Lawrenceburg Police Department?
He's a reserve officer.
Do you know whether he ever was party to a pretrial diversion agreement?
Yes, he was.
As a, what kind of officer did you call him?
He's a reserve officer.
What's that mean?
works details, part-time, does ride-alongs as far as with the officers, keep their hours up and such, and does the training and all, but I mean, it's not a full-time position. It's basically you're working like weddings, receptions, the races, music on the river detail or party in the street, different things that's going that we have. Well, that does have alcohol that's going to be present at the activity, and they're going to have an officer that's going to be assigned. And some of the full-time officers, there's a lot of those details, so we have reserves, and they fill in when full-time are not able to or are not really wanting to take the work that detail.
So do you feel like you're being treated differently than these 2 officers who have been convicted of crimes and these couple officers that were put on diversion?
Yes, I am.
Now, you heard the prosecutor's testimony last time we convened this hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
And you heard the chief's testimony?
Yes.
How big a part of your job is filing charges with the prosecutor?
A very small percentage.
Can you please explain for these board members?
As far as in my capacity, as far as working the road and such, I mean, a detective and all, they would be more so, or if a road officer got involved in a investigation and such, then they would more or less, well, most likely would involve the detectives and such. They would take it over, and then they would be the ones as far as doing final charges and such. But as far as the patrol, you're doing mostly traffic, answering your different calls that you've got, accidents, different things of that nature there. But as far as criminal investigations and such, yes, you're going to have it. It's going to be a small percentage of what you would be normally unless you was a detective or in investigations.
So, what percentage of your job do you believe criminal charges are? Filing criminal charges with the prosecutor?
Probably less than 10%.
That would vary from officer to officer?
Yes.
A detective is probably going to be a
It's going to be much higher, yes.
A road officer, not so much?
Right.
A canine officer, perhaps not so much?
Right.
Do you have, or do you know in your 23 almost years of experience, whether the Lawrenceburg Police Department has employed officers who cannot file or do not file charges with the Dearborn County prosecutor?
Yes.
Would you please explain to the board?
Bill Hoffman, the last 4 years of his 40-year career with the city of Lawrenceburg, was not allowed to do any charges whatsoever. He was told by the chief and by the assistant chief. I know that because Bill Hoffman told me. It's not hearsay. He basically just took up a space. Bill was a very, very competent police officer. He taught me a lot as far as working together. I love working with Bill. He he had some people that doesn't like him, and I have some people that don't like me, but when you're in police work, that's going to be kind of the beast of the animal. But he was very capable of helping with, he'd work accidents, he'd go out and do a little bit of traffic and such, but he was told to not even, his name was not to be on any paperwork going to the prosecutor's office. And that was for 4 years.
And he continued to be employed as a Lawrenceburg Police Department officer?
Yes, he was.
In your 22 years plus experience with Lawrenceburg Police Department, are there other officers that file very, very few charges with the prosecutor?
There's several others as far as file with the prosecutor. I mean, as far as myself, as far as when I was working, I mean, I didn't have, I don't remember the last time I was at the prosecutor's office as far as filing any charges there. But I mean, it's just a thing as far as, I guess, shifts you work and such. But I mean, I just didn't have the activity. But there are some that, they do their job, nothing against on that part there, but they just don't, they may not be like proactive or anything of that nature as far as the criminal charges.
But their time is well occupied, and nothing they do results in criminal charges.
Right. Yes.
And it's your experience, at least for the last 4 years, you worked with Bill Hoffman, that if an officer who can't file charges with the prosecutor runs into a matter that's likely to result in charges, it can be assigned to somebody else in the department. Bill,
we worked a lot together. Our shifts were a lot on the same time, and Bill would go out as far as a call, get the initial call and such, and he'd call me and tell me, you're going to have to take this over because, they're not going to let me do it. And we'd argue about it. I'd say, well, just go ahead and send it over there. And then he said, no. He said, I don't want any friction. He said, just go ahead and do it. And I would do it. And I know Bill has asked different other officers as far as to do the same thing. But the reason being is he was told he cannot do any criminal charges.
Doug, you want to keep your job as a police officer?
Yes, sir, I do.
And are you asking this board to not terminate your employment, and if they deem fit to discipline you, that they do so in a manner that does not result in the end of your employment as a Lawrenceburg Police Department officer?
I very much so. I mean, everything that I have gotten from this board has been your termination, your termination, your termination. It's not a disciplinary hearing or anything like that that you would think it might be to where, I mean, I didn't rob a bank, I didn't shoot anybody, I didn't do a lot of major things out here and such, and I mean, I made a mistake, and I've admitted it from day one, or the next day, but I mean, everybody in this room has made a mistake. I mean, some worse than others, but I mean, we go on, but I mean, I just hate to think that a uniform, and I kid you not, there are people in this city that think that I never take that uniform off. That uniform is what's going to cause me to lose my employment as a police officer with Lawrenceburg. I mean, I love this city. I have done so much, but I've been allowed to do so much as far as doing that to make our department look good. And I am ashamed as far as in the sense that it is a black eye. It is a black eye that, Doug Taylor's name's up here. He's on Channel 12. He's on whatever else is going on. I'm not proud of that fact. I'm not proud of that fact at all. But I'm proud of the fact that I'm a police officer and that I know how to do things as far as in police work and such, and that this all comes out of me being on city council, which if I look back on the stuff there, I wish I would have never signed up for it and go on there. But then another thing here, people would sit there saying, you would be good at this, Doug. And yeah, I would be. I would have been a heck of a good councilman if allowed to be. But I feel like that my decisions and such in January and such, I mean, the mayor just like was earlier testified to such. I mean, us three were the catalyst that he couldn't get anything done, and then it was like he was going to get one of us out of there so he could make something happen that was going to be his way, and it's just heart-wrenching. I mean, it's been a nightmare. But I just don't feel that my termination from the police department is the punishment. I mean, I believe that's way over the punishment of what this is.
Mrs. Bothall, I think I may be done. Question, Mr. Taylor. What I'd like is just a brief moment to confirm, make sure we've got everything in that he's expecting, and that would be my last witness for today. I'd want to reconvene to call Bill Hoffman.
Let's take a short recess.
Thank you.
What happened to you? Give me a voice.
I know. That's disgusting. What happened to it all? Seriously, I don't think that these
That's what I was thinking. I mean, we're supposed to be listening to evidence, and then we don't have it.
everybody's doing right now.
Butler to give us a copy of all of these.
I'm not in charge of those.
So you're starting to get some babies now.
We're changing this to okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I brought that up yesterday, last night, the redevelopment.
The meeting for the 6th of October should be a regular meeting night. You guys are doing it, Indy?
Yeah, that's right.
So.
Somewhere. I brought up
Yeah.
redevelopment last night until the 9th or something.
Well, no, redevelopment's down here.
Yeah, but that's Columbus Day, so it got moved to here.
But that's not a holiday for us.
It's not? Okay.
No, honey, it's not.
I'd rather it be on Monday. It's my best day, but.
That's
this one?
Columbus Day is one of the few.
Okay. Yeah, I like them better on Mondays.
It's not a holiday. That's why I put this one on the 15th.
Okay.
Because I figured that.
Yeah.
No, it's one of those things.
No, I don't even have it in there anyway.
That's okay.
I make it a happy liquor every day for actually 300. I mean, she can get all those other 300 calories of nutrients like spinning in that. But there's a please it now.
Oh. Yeah. Well, how'd you do that? Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Outside bar.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. You didn't need any stitches?
I probably did.
Oh, okay. You didn't get any?
But I locked it back.
Yeah. Oh.
It's almost. In the check pocket.
How's the cat catching business?
Paul's told earlier they would cut. They're taking over 100 and something.
Oh, really? Oh, I know he'd say he was busy. You know, or he'd say, well, you know, somebody called him that he got a cat. He said Aaron called and he's got a cat. I said, okay.
Oh yeah, because the people, some of my neighbors have, so they'll call me and I'll call him.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
I'm sorry, I saw you guys left and got oranges.
No. Nature call. I did. Oh. Mine's just old and tired. Yeah.
But it was something to do with the other stuff. I wasn't here, so I gave her the same. Dogs did swear. Pee-wee and Mason. They never, I couldn't probably put that much. Why did there was 2 bags in there. And I used the 1 bag. The first one. That night, I came back that night, or that next morning. You guys had no, they were like
Pee-wee did all these, did it all.
I feel that way every day.
Couldn't see it. I could hear her. Couldn't see her. She said, and I walked over. Then I just put water. Somebody doesn't remember the water down on my line. They didn't say the tractor. Sunday afternoon. Because I walked right by. I walked up on the porch. That's where I see
Probably don't want to get too close to her, Richard. Doesn't sound real good.
It's got to be allergies, right?
Hey, yeah. Oh.
I fed him about 6.
I had something last up there. But this is just outrage. Oh, okay.
You were going to stay away from it.
Well,
Virus.
I didn't know whether it was a cold or what it was, and it was miserable. Yeah, you sounded. I'd be looking for the magic. I'd be looking for the magic cure for that. Florida. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. Okay.
Regular swimming in the ocean.
Oh.
My sinuses didn't bother me the whole week I was in Florida.
Yeah.
And then everybody moves away from me. Well, they do, we're gone.
I don't know if it's actually going to happen. I have to contact her.
Pretty disappointed. I'll tell you.
You're not sure in my life. I'm
I
disappointed.
don't know why you bother telling me something special. It's too late.
I'm happy to say
Did you ride on the float?
I did.
How about all that?
It's usually pretty rowdy.
Well, could be. I have a sense that if I were to attend my 20th
There you go.
sure on Friday night, Saturday morning wouldn't look real rowdy for me.
It's like a toner. She kept getting confused.
I don't know how long we call it.
The mom said, hey,
Oh, we didn't.
let me take it out. Which is, listen to me. And then the mom, have you ever been in the U.S.
She'd be 40 this year, won't she? You want to know? Why? Huh? I thought she was 40. We didn't know. Well, I can tell you.
We're in recess.
See, she was born on our second.
I'll get him later.
Somebody sitting there.
He must have been jogging or working out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right.
41.
He was sitting there in his 20s.
Died, he was 13. 6 years.
Oh, yeah.
I just know there were 2 years, 26 days apart. And I know what days are birthdays.
That'd be Thursday, next
Thursday, 4
Thursday.
o'clock.
I'm sure that'll probably be fine. I don't think I got much at all. Reason being.
Is that okay with you, Jeremy? Your calendar, September 19th at 4. So you actually have a couple phrases.
I'm in Terre Haute at 4.
Can I go too?
I got the 20th.
I've been there, not for a long time, but I've been there.
About the 20th.
I thought it was already here. Oh, what's that? I see, no, I don't want to.
Mayor's conference is the 17th.
And have like electric spins you run through. You got to try to get through them, but
16th.
I heard you try to
16th
put
is our
between
council
people
meeting.
behind the people in front of me, but no, that people, some guys in it told me about it.
17th and 18th. That's our council meeting. We could do your 20th next year. Not necessarily when we run the party. We should be pretty short. We'll shoot for the 20th at 5 o'clock.
Oh, 5?
You don't have conflict on the 20th, that's not.
I'll do whatever needs to be done.
Friday.
Whatever needs to be done.
All right.
What are we talking about?
September 20th.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is a Friday. He's writing it down. At 5 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
No, I thought they said 5. Leslie, what time? 5 o'clock. Yeah.
Then we'll need to get.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
5 o'clock, Leslie.
Okay. Donnie's okay with that, too. You ready?
Thank you.
I might not be here.
Wait.
Just the jury duty thing after that. If I do get picked.
Fifth? Oh. This day fall, man.
Sorry about your
Yeah.
luck.
Is that what we're doing now? Oh, okay.
That's not Fall Fest.
What time is that? It's day before. Yeah.
5:30 on the 25th.
Leslie, what are we scheduling?
Let's do 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Leslie, I'm not hearing you. Is this something we need to be at?
No.
Okay.
That'd be our
I
executive
understand.
session for our clients back in
Gotcha.
as well. And then, I hate to bring you back on the 26th, but would you all be available on Thursday the 26th? That would be the night that, as far as any kind of pronouncement of the findings of fact, conclusions of law.
I've got the 26th.
I am.
I can be.
We can make it early if,
that fine with you?
Yeah.
And that's a work session, wasn't
Donnie,
it?
4 o'clock Monday?
That would be the public session.
Okay.
Thank you. That way we don't have to go through that.
No more changes.
No, these are just the ones we have to have after this one, so.
Call us back to session.
Mr. Taylor, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Dilts?
Thank you. Officer Taylor, first off, I've referred to you as Officer Taylor through this whole thing. You prefer Captain or Mr. Is Officer okay?
You can call me Doug.
And I think your testimony was that Mr. Hoffman, for the last 4 years of his employment with the police department, was not permitted to file charges. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when did he retire?
Without guessing, I can't give it.
Do you know what year?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what year. It was in April. I know that. April of the year.
Do we know if it was sometime in the last 4 years?
In the last 4 years, yes, sir.
Okay. So sometime between 2009, April 2009 and April 2013. In April, right?
It was in April, I know that.
Do you have any sense as between?
Let me think here. It was either 2010 or 2011, I don't know.
Probably a party or something.
But I know it was in April.
Do you know if his instructions not to provide any information to the prosecutor, you don't know if that came from the prosecutor or the chief, do you?
He told me it came from the chief and the assistant chief.
Okay. You've got 22 full years on the department, right?
Yes, sir.
And part of your job is to be able to identify criminal activity, right?
Yes.
And that's the basis of your letter outlining all the felonies, misdemeanors, et cetera, against the members of the Board of Works, the chief, various other people, right?
Yes.
And you felt confident doing that. And I think you said that you would stand by that today, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But you didn't know it was a crime to attend a campaign function while campaigning while you were wearing your uniform?
I wasn't thinking I made a mistake.
You didn't know that was a crime?
I just wasn't thinking about what it was. If somebody would have said something, I would have left. But no, I wasn't thinking at that point in time, no.
But you know it's not a crime to attend a dinner with your family in uniform, right?
Pardon me?
It's not a crime to do that.
No.
It's not a crime to go to a youth football game in uniform, right?
Well, it depends on where the youth football game is at.
In the city.
In the city, no.
It's not a crime to stop by Frisch's or something like that.
If you went to Aurora for a meeting for over 2 hours out of the city limits, would that be?
I'm asking you.
Well, I'm basically giving you an example.
Well, you're the officer.
It
Right?
According to on what I've been charged with and such, yes. But I mean, as far as common practice, no. I don't believe it's a problem. I believe that this is a political issue.
You know the statute section that says you can't attend a youth football game in uniform?
I never said there was anything about a youth football game.
I'm sorry.
It was a meeting.
A meeting. Do you know the statute section there?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know the statute section that specifically prohibits you from campaigning in uniform?
No.
But you know there is one, right?
Yes. Not at the time that I was up there, I wasn't thinking.
I don't have anything else to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
little redirect. Mr. Taylor, I think Mr. Dilts draws an important distinction. When you were at the political event at 3 Mile Ridge, you were committing a crime because you were there campaigning in uniform.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
And if somebody wants to go down to the high school while they're on duty and watch your boy play, that's not illegal, is it?
No.
So, although they're getting paid for doing personal business, they're not getting paid for committing a crime.
Right.
Wouldn't you agree, though, or let me ask you this, the youth football game, you testified earlier that the assistant chief went to Aurora, I think, on July 31, 2011, spent a couple of hours there at a football meeting in Aurora.
Yes.
Was he on duty in Aurora?
He was on duty in Lawrenceburg.
Now, the allegation was that because you got paid for 2 hours, although on duty in the city limits, radio on, that was conversion because you were doing something personal you shouldn't have got paid.
Right.
Do you know whether the chief directed Lanning, as part of his duties as a Lawrenceburg Police Department officer, to coach football in Aurora?
I don't know.
Wouldn't make any sense, would it?
No, it wouldn't make any sense.
Wouldn't think that's part of a law enforcement officer's duties, would you?
No.
So if the assistant chief got paid for going to a football meeting in Aurora, that, would you think is a crime?
It could be. I mean,
you don't know the statute section,
no,
do you?
No.
Does it sound like the same conversion they accused you of?
Exactly.
You're not asking that Assistant Chief Lanning be investigated, charged, or prosecuted for that, are you?
No, sir.
You're just pointing out that the fact of the matter is this happens throughout the department and has for your 22 years there.
Yes.
And only now, after you blow the whistle, are you being singled out for it.
Yes, sir.
Because again, a week after the incident happened, you were reprimanded for it, and that was the end of it.
Right.
Nothing for you.
I have some follow-up on that, because I want to talk about the blowing of the whistle, which occurred, and I think your testimony was that the letter was dated March 14th, is that right? I could be wrong, I don't have the exhibit in front of me.
I believe that's right. March 14, 2013 was it.
And you entered your deferral agreement admitting to campaigning in uniform and the crime of conversion or attending that campaign function while in uniform on what date, you know?
You can't ask me, Mr. Taylor. You just have to answer Mr. Dilt's questions.
I don't
Do you know how?
I believe it was the 13th. I don't know.
You think it was the 13th, is that what you said?
I believe so.
Okay. So, pretty much right at the same time that you wrote this letter accusing everyone under the sun of various felonies, misdemeanors, you just happened to enter a plea agreement, a deferral agreement, admitting to conversion and campaigning in uniform. That was happenstance? It's serendipitous.
I don't understand what you're saying, though.
Well, I'm saying, I guess what I'm saying is I'm asking you if that was sheer coincidence that within a week of admitting to conversion, admitting to campaigning in uniform, and entering a deferral agreement to tell the court, the prosecutor, and everybody else who has access to public records that you did those things, that less than a week after that you wrote a letter accusing everybody under the sun of felonies and misdemeanors. Is that right?
That's what I believe.
And you think it's just happenstance that shortly thereafter, or that those two things are, excuse me, let me back up. You think it's just happenstance that those two things happen within days of each other?
As far as getting that all together, no, sir. That was a lot of information that was obtained from several people. I mean, 2 other councilmen and myself and such. I mean, that letter had a lot of time that was in it, and as far as the information that was there. I mean, it's not just a letter that was written. It's information that's there for minutes and documents and such as this. So as far as putting that together in a week's time, no.
No, you put that together. It took a fair piece of
Yes, sir.
time, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
But it just happened to come out within a few days of you entering your deferral agreement where you admitted to these crimes. Can you explain that?
It's just when it came out and it was put out.
It just happens, right?
Yes,
Just
sir.
coincidence?
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
I have a question. Follow up to your point. Mr. Taylor, you think, or do you think that Prosecutor Neckengard was in communication with Special Prosecutor Sigler, although Prosecutor Neckengard asked for a special prosecutor to, in his own words, avoid the appearance of impropriety? You thought they were in communication about your deferred prosecution agreement?
Yes.
And were you concerned that if you implicated these folks and all the folks you implicated in your whistleblowing letter before you had an executed deferred prosecution agreement, that the deal might go away, the deal might get worse, you might have to go to trial on these charges?
Correct.
And you were here and present and heard Prosecutor Neckengard testify that, yes, although I got out of this case to avoid the appearance of impropriety, I talked to Prosecutor Sigler on several occasions before the deferred prosecution agreement was entered. However, I can't remember what we talked about Officer Taylor.
I'm going to object.
Is that
because
correct?
That question, I'm objecting because that question misstates the evidence, and so I think it's improper.
I'm not sure what evidence you're referring to as it
Well,
misstated.
as you
Possibly I have
misstated-
misstated the evidence, but I don't think I have.
My objection is that you did, because I don't believe that that was the prosecutor's testimony. I believe the prosecutor's testimony was that he was in communication from the outset when he requested the special prosecutor and informed him of the facts of the case, and that he received one call shortly before the entry of the deferred prosecution agreement from the special prosecutor, informing Prosecutor Neckengard that that was what was going to happen. And that was the only testimony as to what had transpired.
I'll withdraw the question, not conceding that I've misstated the testimony. You got your recollection, I've got mine, and we're not going to resolve it tonight, but I will withdraw the question. At any rate,
Hold on, Mr. Belver. I have the transcript right here.
I've withdrawn the question.
You are withdrawing the question?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I think I have nothing further. Thank you. And could we get a copy of the transcript?
Yes, you can. It's 215 pages. 203. 8 pages.
Officer Taylor, what information do you have that suggested to you that Prosecutor Neckengard and Special Prosecutor Sigler were in communication about your case while it was pending?
From what he said the other night, and as far as information, as far as
You don't have any knowledge that they were in communication?
no, I don't know exactly what they said, no, as far as that goes.
You don't have any clue what they might have talked about, do you?
No, sir.
And so this testimony earlier about this being absolute coincidence was false, wasn't it?
No.
But it wasn't coincidence.
The information
you planned
that
it
was put in there-
specifically so that it would transpire after you had entered the deferral agreement. That was your testimony just a few minutes ago, wasn't it?
Do what?
Wasn't your testimony just a few minutes ago that you specifically planned to hold on to and not release the letter alleging crimes by the board until after you had entered your deferral agreement?
I'm going to object on the ground that the record speaks for itself as to what he testified to. He doesn't need to.
He just expressed confusion, so I'm asking him again to clarify.
I think you did a great job of confusing him in your earlier question.
Didn't you? But you tell me. You're the witness. You tell me.
I did.
Okay. So this earlier testimony when you said, hey, it's just coincidence. It's just coincidence that those two things happened within days of each other. That wasn't true, was it?
Yes, it's true.
It's true. Wait a minute. It's true that it's coincidence and it's true that you planned it. How's that?
If you're going out here and you're putting stuff together, it's got to come sometime. It came when it did.
Did you receive new information between the day of your deferral agreement and the day that you sent the letter?
I'm going to object because I don't think it's been established what the date the signature on the deferral agreement was or when the deferral agreement was.
What's already in evidence? It's the 10th.
The deferral agreement is?
Yep.
And I believe it's dated March 18, after his March 14 letter.
It's file stamped the 18th, it's signed the 10th.
That's exactly right. So, to your question, it was the blow the whistle later was a lot sooner than any public information about the deferred
I asked
prosecution.
about public information.
Well, you talked about everybody knowing. You let the court know, and the prosecutor know, and the world know.
Once he signed it, what do you think was going to happen?
I knew.
Now, my question is, I'm not asking you. I'm asking you, sir. What information did you receive between March 10 and March 14 related to the crimes and misdemeanors that you've alleged?
So there's information that's coming in every day to this day about different things that's going on.
What information caused you to release it the 14th and not the 9th?
I don't recall what information there was as far as me. There is so much information that has been put into this, and the investigation alone, for as long as it has been going on, tells you how much information there is in that case. And for me to sit here and answer you exactly on what all came in at this certain time, I can't do it.
I'm just trying to figure out how it can both be a coincidence and planned. And so far, I'm still confused. So I'm trying to figure this out. And maybe I suspect that there are other people you're trying to figure out how in the world you can say, yeah, I plan to release it after I signed the deferral agreement, but when I released it, had nothing to do with the deferral agreement. It was just coincidence.
Is there a question?
Yeah. Can you explain it? Can you explain how it's both planned and coincidence? If you can't, that's okay. So I just need to know. Can you explain it?
Explained it.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Nothing further.
Does the board have any questions, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I do. Just a few things to clear up I thought were incorrect, but at the 3 Mile Ridge, meet your candidate, you said all candidates were there, but I know I wasn't there.
You're correct, Aaron. I mean, when I said that, as far as there was some that, there was a couple other ones that was there, because I know those are mayor candidates, and so, but no, not all the candidates that were on that were not there, no.
And I just want the record to show, because Mr. Taylor said he has had the fight to make the meeting public, but Mr. Taylor knows that I've always wanted it public.
Aaron, I can't, as far as on your part at all. I mean, but I just, when I make mention, and you're part of this board as well and such, I mean, you've always been cordial to me, I've always been cordial to you, and I would wish for it to be continued that way.
Okay. And then I wasn't going to bring this up because, that we keep saying this isn't the subject, it is subject about the allegations, and I can only speak for my allegations against me. Mine was for, I'm on redevelopment, and I cashed the checks because they've always done it that way, and they found out that if you hold a lucrative office, you can't cash the redevelopment checks.
Right.
Okay, well, nobody knew that, and as soon as the city attorney, Joe Votal, stated that you could not, I no longer cash any checks because I'm not an attorney. But doing further research, I found out from the State Attorney General's website that the U.S. Supreme Court does not consider the office of the city councilman a lucrative office. So if you guys could look into that and issue a public apology to me, I'd be well appreciated. So it's on the State Attorney General's website.
Aaron, I think I can handle that now. I appreciate what the Attorney General is saying about the constitutional too lucrative offices prohibition. But I also believe, last time I looked, that there's a state statute in the redevelopment section of the statutes that says if you're a city councilman, you can't get paid for being on city council. That's a different prohibition against being paid than the one you're talking about.
The state statute says a lucrative office. I pulled it up on my phone during the break. It says a lucrative office, and I went to the State Attorney General's website, and there's a star by it, and it says the Indiana State Supreme Court, which I believe is the court of last resort in the state.
That's right.
Says that it's not considered a lucrative office. It's ruled that, and it's never been overturned. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Mr. Taylor, have I ever been not nice to you or not cordial with you or anything of a mean manner towards you? As long as I've known you?
Bill, the only thing as far as on ours would be just with the council, the different disagreements, I would say, as far as, for lack of a better word. But other, I hear, but you hear everything as far as going on in the city. I mean, you know that as well as I do in the city and such. And I haven't been around you during all this stuff for obvious reasons. But I mean, as far as prior to all that, no. But I mean, right now, I mean, the last 2 years, I wouldn't wish it what I've been through on my worst enemy.
Did I ever vote with you on council? Because in the media, it's I've voted against you every time, which is incorrect.
I would say that would be an incorrect, but majority of the time, though.
Well,
that's your right to do on that part. But I mean, that would be an incorrect. Yeah, because we had.
Have any questions? Donnie, you have any questions?
I got an opinion.
Well, do you have any questions?
Everybody has an opinion.
I would like to state my opinion about the letter. The letter, I personally feel, I haven't seen it, but I've heard wording in it, and there's a lot of folks this and the folks that, and there's only one person in this room that uses that word loosely. And I think that was a strategy to take it to the prosecutor to do as you're trying to do, show that this board is biased. And I don't appreciate that. I've worked with Doug, and I know Doug very well, and we've worked together, and we're friends. But,
Do you have any other questions, Mr.
no,
Ryan?
no, I'm good.
Okay. I have a couple clarifications. One of the things,
Again,
Mr.
I just want to state my objection to your asking questions because it conflicts with what we agreed was the pretrial procedure and what the order says.
Mr. Dulles.
If the board needs clarification, I'm all for clarification.
I don't know that there's been a foundation established that the board needs clarification, but
As far as it's my job to advise the board on the evidence that we've received, I'm asking for some clarifications. If you don't want to give me any clarifications, that's fine.
well, we're going to do what this board directs us to do. I've stated my objection.
One of the things the questions that Mr. Butler asked you was, it was standard operating procedures to do what you did. As far as you did say, standard operating procedures to do what you did. Can you clarify that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The question Mr. Butler asked you, this was at the beginning of your testimony. You said it was a standard operating procedure.
To do what, though?
To go to the campaign.
No.
Okay. So you don't consider that?
I went to different meetings and such on that part there, but that's not anything to do with standard operating procedure to go to a campaign. I mean, you might be there, but I mean, no, not.
Well, I guess, is there a standard operating procedure that you can show me in the standard operating book that says that you can go do things on your own time while you're on duty?
Not that I recall, but I mean, I know it's done daily.
You also, do you know who lodged the complaint against you when you, the night after council meeting on 4/18?
Tim Denny.
This letter that's been admitted into, dated March 14th, did you write that letter?
Parts of it, yes. And as far as other information that was gathered in it, yes. But I mean, it was put together.
Okay. So who else wrote the letter?
That's up to them.
Sorry?
I put my name on the bottom of the letter, but the information that was there, that was given out, was basically different ones bringing in information for that letter.
So you admit you didn't write the letter?
Not all of it. Most of it. I'm not an English major as far as basically putting it in that manner there.
I believe that's all the clarifications I have. Does either party have any questions concerning the board's questions?
I got just a couple. Officer Taylor, I think I maybe didn't ask artful questions. I made reference to a standard operating procedure that you go do personal things, but you still get paid for it.
Right.
I think that's the context I use standard operating procedure in. Do you recall that from your testimony?
Yes, but I mean, as far as...
And so my question is, when I use standard operating procedure in that context, do you understand that I'm not asking for what the chief calls the police department standard operating procedures, but I'm just talking about your experience as an officer, 22 years, this is how things work in the department?
Yes, sir.
As a practical matter?
Yes.
So that's all I have.
I have a couple of follow-up questions on the clarifying questions. Because I know they were intended for clarification, but I'm now less clear than before. Did you write the letter?
Most of it, yes.
Were you the one that physically sat down at a computer or word processor and typed that out?
Not all of it, most of it, yes. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm not an English major as far as why.
Well, what parts did you type?
I'm going to object on the ground of relevance. It's his letter. He signed at the bottom. It doesn't matter whether he wrote 99% of it, 1% of it, or whether I wrote any of it, or whether I wrote all of it. It's still his letter.
Well, I think the response is, if there are other folks who wrote the letter or are responsible for typing. I'm sorry?
You just use the term folks?
Only loosely. Only loosely. If there are other people who wrote the letter, then I guess the question is, how much of this is really from Doug Taylor and how much is from somebody else?
I'm going to object to the question. It's 100% from Doug Taylor, as evidenced by his signature at the bottom of it. Whether he wrote it, his mom wrote it, or somebody else wrote it. It's his letter. He owns it. Those are his words. And he's been real frank about that.
Actually, I think he just said, I'm not the English major, so I don't think they were his words.
Well, he told you were.
So, I'm sorry. You guys
The
need to
objection
tell me
is-
whether he's going to answer the question or not.
Yeah, whether he's going to answer the question or not.
His answer is y'all just don't like how he answered. You want him to finger me or somebody else, and I don't know the purpose in it.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I think my question was, who else wrote the letter? I think the original question was, who physically sat down and typed the letter? I think that was the original question. If it wasn't, I'll rephrase it to make it as such.
And I'm object. It's been asked and answers. He said that's up to them if they want to disclose that. It's my letter. Meaning Doug Taylor's. I appreciate you don't like that answer. You want him to finger somebody.
I don't think it's responsive to the question.
The board, you heard the continuing objections and re-objections, and whether or not you want the answer to the question that Mr. Dills proposed and Mr. Coe.
It doesn't matter to me who wrote the letter.
Mr. Brenner.
I think I remember him saying that he wrote it along with other council people, if I remember right. Those were his words, so.
Mr. Bryant.
I think it'll come out later. I'm satisfied right now.
I'm sorry?
I'm satisfied right now.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
The only thing I have left is, I know at this point, is Bill Hall. That will be here on September 20 at 5 p.m. I have no other witnesses to see.
Mr. Dills.
I'm fine with that. Until he closes his case, there's nothing for me to do.
Reconvene. Dennis.
I have filled out the hearing agenda that I have
talked to council, and the deadline for proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law will be September 24th by noon. And I would like for that to be in electronic form, Word form. That would be great in order for us to make any changes that we need to. And like I said, that would be 9/24/13 at noon.
Now, can I write those for Officer Taylor?
Then there also will be a public session on the 20th day of September at 5 o'clock to continue the hearing. There will be an executive session on the 25th day of September at 5 o'clock to review the findings of fact and conclusions of law received by council on the 24th. And a public session will follow the next day, the 26th of September at 4 o'clock, to pronounce the findings of fact and conclusions of law. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to recess till the 20th, 5 o'clock.
Thank you.
I'll put it over here so I can.
Thanks. You run your end, I'll run mine.
Turn on the ears.
Sure, my
Sweetheart.
pleasure.
Love you too. We're done, right? Okay, well, that's my meds. I gotta go to the drugstore before it closes. I will talk to you later.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did they leave already? Yeah, I want to put this in record. I guess I read it, so it's okay. Oh, there you are.
I don't get out that fast, please.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mr. Dills and Mr. Bell, you're okay with putting this as joint exhibit 2 as far as the dates and the hearing agenda? Hearing agenda. Joint agenda.
Okay, I gotta go to the drugstore before they close.
I just have those dates.
Oh, okay. I thought you were afraid I was gonna knock it over. Oh, it was empty, okay.
Okay, do you want me to put on our vote? And it was the 20th and then the 26th? Or do we need it any other time? Do you need me any other time?
No, if you want to. We need you
Public session the 20th at 5 o'clock.
and then the 26th at 4.
26th at 4. Okay,
Okay?
that's what I had.
Thank you so much. If
Oh, do you need this transcript before the 20th? No, I mean, if you need it, I'll get it, that's fine, if you want.
Oh, yeah?
Sure.
You look familiar to me, and I thought, well, I come down here and never look.
Do you have copies?
She's all right. She has good days and bad, but she's in a home near Brent.
Yeah, it's
So
in the
they're out
computer.
there.
It's there until it's deleted.
Well, there was a plan, and then there was no plan, and
How you all work that.
so she's in a home with, but he's like right across the street. So, D.
Age.
All the rides. I hear about them every time I come. I haven't been here in years and years, and I'm in Bloomington. And I've,
All right, well,
so I
thank
came
you.
down to
That's all right. I'm not right
just to
now.
like, pick up a pizza, and
I
then
mean, I'm
some
not
girl
ordering.
from Deli, I never noticed her in my life.
Right, you must be.
The Bill's boy. You're here
Thank
for
you.
Bill's boy.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, man. I can't get away from anything now. And he tells me.
I can imagine it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You do the same.
Bye. Yeah, me too.
Give it to the court order.
Actually, I do need to give these to you, right? Or do you want, Amy?
Yeah.
Do you want these? You'll probably need the ones that weren't already entered, right?
You brought a vantage point with you, right?
Yeah, because I think 1 through 7 in the joint one were all with the last transcript, so this would be for this transcript.
Okay.
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 Oh, my. Yeah, for a minute. Yeah. Definitely. Want to get all my stuff together here? Okay. That's fine.
That went smooth.
Actually did.
That's much more how I anticipate, like from the, when you called me the very first time, this is much more how I envisioned
Right.
what has happened so far.
Yeah, I know. Kind of thinking, I mean, as far as copies of this, I don't know if this is still on, so.
Can you carry something? All I got is, I've only got one file folder. I can carry something.
Carry my, you want to carry my, that'd be great. Oh, because I will need to keep up pockets. Thanks.